Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Wobbleville. Welcome back to Armada Mondays, Battlestar Galactica style. Yeah, so we're going to be doing this right here. This one's a fleet repair ship. The other one was a recovery ship. This is the actual atomic carrier right here. So this was our last one that we did. Oh, geez, hey there, Armored Wolf. Speaking of which, look at this. See, we get to use that now. So thanks, Armored Wolf. So how long have we been doing this? So 68 months. Hey there, Landrast. Great to see you. So Armored Wolf. Now is that all in? That's two separate kits, right? The Shelob one and the Golem one, or is that like part of a special something or whatever? All right, let's get down to. We're gonna move this over here, and then we're going to do our lighter dry brushy stuff on this. Then we'll do the base on that. So it is all one kit. All right. Actually, I think I can leave this over here for right now. All right, dry, brushy stuff here. Boy, there's all kinds of. Maybe they're all docking bays or something like that, which would make sense for something like a fleet repair ship. So, I mean, it kind of makes sense just, knowing the story and everything. I mean, the whole thing was she could do it, right? So, it makes sense that would all be one thing there. So great to see you there, Landrast. So Landrast, yeah, that's working out good. I mean, obviously, right? You got your horizon line in the middle. You got your if it's going to be grass. Actually, Armored Wolf, what didn't you send me some images of highly polished armored guys walking around in grass, and they look like the Jolly Green Giant? So yeah, that was looking really good there, Landrast. I think you should be pretty happy about that. The most difficult thing is that horizon line, and I think you've seen some of the vids, right, where we're trying to get a little bit of variation in that, right? It can't just be a straight line too mechanical because, well, the horizon line is got variations to it. So yeah, it can definitely be a challenge, but it looks like you were able to get that figured out and such. I was hoping that you ended up being glad that you ended up doing that. Now again, we don't want to do it too far with this, right? Because well, this is where our lights needs to be. This is just kind of a mid-range gray that we're doing here. And then again, we move on to the base. Then we do our glazy stuff on the ship here, pin line wash type stuff. And then we start working in whatever mid-tones and lighter mid-tones, and then oh, look at that. I wonder what that's supposed to be. Of course, our panel lines. Lots of panel lines, lots of Aztecing going on. So yeah, Landrest again. That's really, really, really cool. And of course, we'll keep posting the link to the YouTube video, which of course is the first place you'll be able to see all of the ships together. Again, that was the very first time I saw it. What I could saw 12. Yeah, that was the very first time I saw all 12 ships together. Let me keep working this in here. Come on, a little more. There we go. I'm not quite sure. It looks like more kind of missile defense batteries here. Now, there were all kinds of kind of like cranes and other lattice work type things here. Well, guess what? Those didn't print out at all, or they just kind of collapsed after they did print out. So the ones that were still hanging on there, I just ripped those things off. There was no point. They would have they would have broken off during painting anyways. Oh, and of course, here, let me move that thing out of the way. This was the first test with the markers right here. Um, what's interesting is I think because they had the darker primer, everything just looked insanely light. but there's not really a lot of choices when it comes to the darker colors. Now, maybe if you go into their website, maybe you can find some darker ones. They you think they might be dark, and then you actually have the marker in your hand or the acrylic marker, whatever the heck they are actually called, and then you go, well, that's not anywhere near as dark as I thought it was. So that video is up on the Patreon page now. At least it should be. Hopefully you got the notification for that Landrast, because that should have been sent out what, this afternoon, something like that. Something like that. Again, we're not putting a ton of this on here. We don't need all kinds of paint. Then we, of course, we'll have our engine glow that we're gonna have to do. Hey there, Valfera. Great to see ya. Let me get this going in here. Yeah, something like that. So Valfera, I just, well, I almost thought I was going to start at about 11, maybe 10 after 11, but I had to wait about 15 minutes or something like that for a spool to run out. I thought it was going to run out way faster because I was printing one of the deeping wall sections, but I think it had to be a bigger section for it to run out as fast as I thought it was going to. Yeah, I thought it took about 5 minutes longer or so at least. Nah, maybe more like 10, 12 minutes longer than I thought. So yeah, we're just doing our lighter dry brushy stuff on this here. Then we're going to come back with our base over there. We'll get that going. You know what? I'm actually going to go bigger with maybe... Fine, I'll just use this. Yeah, whatever. Don't care. Let's see. So yeah, Velfair, I thought maybe for a second I thought maybe pre 10 o'clock, and then I could see how long that was going to take. I'm like, nope, it's going to be pre 11 o'clock. But then I thought, no, that is not going to run out quite as quick as I thought it was going to. There we go. Velfair on a 25 stream streak. So does it let you kind of do that about every five streams there, Valfera? I would guess that Landrast also has one. Well, we know Armored Wolf does. Well, that would be more like a 225 stream streak for Armored Wolf. Yeah, it is well, it's a clothing optional stream, right, Valfera? Here, let me get some more of our light going on in here. Back here. And again, like I was just saying, all the lattice work that was over here, if it didn't break off on its own, I just ripped off what was left because it was going to break off anyway. And it would have most definitely broken off during this process, so might as well just do that. There we go. So yeah, I was again attempting to print stuff out. I printed out some more flats. I actually did a couple of more of the Japanese theme designs, and then I realized there's a bunch of those that never got printed out. In fact, I think I might have more Battlestar Galactica flats printed out. I know I have almost all of the Arthurians, so ironically enough, the Arthurians might be the most complete set. Now, the Lord of the Rings ones, technically it's kind of complete, but a lot of those were kind of printed under the old system. Now, of course, I still haven't had any chance to mess around with Meshi. That's gonna have to wait till after Thanksgiving. There is no way, there is no way I'm gonna be able to fool around with that before Thanksgiving. That is not gonna happen. So that is going to have to happen, well, pretty much almost December. And that is kind of the last best hope for having any kind of real way to do the flats other than just that image to stl.com. Because, yeah, the whatchamacallit GPT did it again where it said, oh, I can generate an STL for you. And it sort of did. I haven't had a chance to see if it's really actually of any use. And it said, here, I'll do all the rest. And of course, it did nothing else. It just was a series of, it churned out nothing. And then, after a bunch of waterboarding, it said, oh, I'll do it now. And then, of course, nothing. Now, I've had to waterboard GPT quite a bit over the last few days because I also found out last night that let's say, about 2 weeks ago, and I can pretty much confirm this because I noticed the change. Nice to see you there, Michelle. So, Michelle, now I've been trying to, in advance of using Meshi, I've been trying to create orthographics and height maps. So I've been trying to create height maps of these. I don't know how much they're going to work in Meshi. Hey there, Camda. Nice to see you there. Well, Camda, yes, Suno changed. Basically, all of the kind of songs that you're used to, like for the like the Lord of the Rings stuff, those more epic type songs that have a really unique flavor to them. Well, it doesn't want to do those anymore. It just basically wants to just do pop music. It does not want to do all of the very kind of unique Lord of the Rings type songs that I've been doing. And I'm not even sure I'll be able to do stuff like this because this is our latest video there. So that features all of the Battlestar Galactica ships. Now we have done our lighter dry brushy phase. Now we're going to be doing the phase of the base right here. So let's kind of maybe keep that where you can sort of see it up in the corner there. Hey there, Irid. Nice to see you. So Irid and Camda both getting those 25 stream streaks. Why don't we do this? I wish I had the animated thing, but that is not posted yet. There we go. And a little bit of hype train there for Camda and for Irid Can Wife. It's funny, Miss Show. I saw all the, I guess, ads for Tripo, and I tried putting the same things in there. Now again, I only have the I only have the free versions of each one. And Tripo, that was not pretty. That was not pretty. So sorry there, Volfira. So yeah, I heard all this stuff about Tripo. I actually tried Tripo, and the direct comparison to Meshi did not seem to match up. Now again, that's just the free version, so maybe it's different with the paid version. Ah, okay, there you go, Michelle. Yeah. Again, I can only do obviously so many paid things because we already have GPT Suno, whatchamacallit, Sky Reels. Hey there, Sarge. How you doing? Boy, Sarge, I hope that you're doing well. It's been a little while. And again, that is part of that video right there. That's kind of the closing credit scene there. So how you doing there, Sarge? Let me grab this super quick here. Thanks, Sarge. Appreciate that. So yeah, Miss Joe, like the autocorrect monster and stuff, I've been trying to make height maps or orthographics of that. So again, how you doing there, Sarge? Great to see you. Appreciate you being here, like always. Well, hopefully work has not been too much of a pain there. Too much of a pain, Sarge, and I'm guessing you probably haven't had much chance to be able to do much painting of stuff. So Irid, Camda, you guys want to share some stuff in the chat? I know, Irid, you got your Pinterest link and all that good stuff. You want to share that, please go ahead. Camda also paints with the oil paints, and well, pretty soon in December, Camda's going to start streaming again. So definitely give Camda Paints a follow. So yeah, Micho, I mean, we'll see how it goes. I'm hoping to just get like the monthly version of Meshi, so that way, if it just doesn't do what I want, I'll be able to move off of that, and then maybe we try the paid version of Tripo. Valfera, how many times have I said it, right? It couldn't take over a kindergarten class. Actually, it couldn't take over a kindergarten class of unconscious kindergartners. It couldn't even do that. Everybody, check out that Instagram link that Camda just shared. Let's put it this way, Valfera. How many times have I said, that I've questioned GPT to go, okay, why doesn't this work anymore? This was working 12 hours ago. And after an hour, it basically it either says sheepishly, like, well, I guess I should have told you that this changed. Or remember I said there's times where it'll go, don't blame me, it was this guy. I mean, it literally says that. It literally says, hey, it ain't my fault. It's these other guys over here. Blame them, not me. So yeah, Miss Show, to do that video that I just shared that link to, that took almost 6 right there. Now, of course, I've learned so much since then. Well, like my Army of the Dead video, any scenery that is animated is actually going to be my scenery. I was actually trying to do that Landrast with the, I almost said printing goes ever on. That's the Army of the Dead thing. I was trying to do that with the Conquest Creations one, and the first image actually did a pretty darn good job of incorporating that. Now, I'm just using his photos and his renders because I thought, well, his renders would be more precise. Mixed results. So everybody check out that Instagram link that Cam that just shared. Check out the Pinterest link that Erity Cam Live just shared. So yeah, Velfair, it was a little bit shocking. That was at about, well, I want to say, well, it's still a happy Monday here. So that was at about 6 something o'clock this morning, maybe about 6:45 this morning. And obviously recoil he has I was and it's a good thing that I did not get the full on version of that. Thank goodness for Audacity because I was able to make some correction, like basic corrections to something in Audacity where I just kind of at least deleted the most useless parts of what it threw in there. So yeah, the folks that think, so Michelle, all of the advertisements that you see, right? Now I'm starting to understand why people maybe have this attitude. They're like, oh yeah, for free in 2 seconds you'll do this amazing stuff. Anybody that's ever used it, like us, right, Michelle, you know that that is that is not just pie in the sky. That that is like imaginary French silk pie right there. There is no such thing as doing it for free and in a few seconds. Nope, Velfair, it has no chance to take over a kindergarten class. Like I said just a few minutes ago, it couldn't take over an unconscious kindergarten class. If you knocked them all out with NyQuil or something like that, they would just fight with each other, meaning all of the different programs. Because guess what? Skyreels changed their music format to what looks like Suno. And I said, hey, GPT, it looks like Skyreels is more like Suno. And it said, yeah, that's because it made the same changes. So yeah, there's some songs, Michelle, even like that "So Say We All" song. That was at least 20 different iterations just of that, just the song, not any of the video stuff. Before there's videos, there's images. It took dozens and dozens and dozens of image generations to get what I have. So Velfira, yeah, I don't. Well, I think you and I are a little bit too old for preschool. I guess that's the new modern thing, right? Is preschool. Now, of course, I'm all in favor of it if that preschool class comes with like workshop, like it's like a shop class or something like that. You teach the kids very early how not to chop off their hands using a drill press or a chainsaw or whatever. So I'm all in favor of that if that's what preschool is. Kids got to learn a trade at some time. Might as well learn it early. Here, let's keep going with this. Actually, Valfair, if you wanted to share any of your stuff in the chat there, like the big dragon and all that, please go ahead and do that. Valfira, I kind of thought that was Nyquil, but boy, that was see there, Valfira. Now you know why it couldn't take over a preschool because that's a very interesting take on Nyquil, wouldn't you say? Yeah, that's a real interesting take on Nyquil right there. All right, so again, we're just doing our base here. Now, so Michaud, I have of this autocorrect monster right here. I've got a bunch of orthographic views of this. So we're trying to make a bust out of them, basically. And the bust kind of stops at where the keyboard is. I've got a front view, a back view, side views, I think even a top view. We'll see what Meshi does with them. Again, that'll probably be in December there. Again, that is not going to be anytime soon. Let me just, here, I'm just trying to get some of the stuff out of here. Now, look at this. See, now this is one of those optional brushes. So you've got remember the hairlet, the bristle-free brushes? Well, this is an even more ingenious thing. So it can be a bristle-free brush, or it can be one of these. And again, it has lots of extra features there, like extra paint and glue and stuff like that. So this brush is certainly worth hundreds of dollars. Everybody check out that Instagram link there that Velfera just shared. That ain't gonna be soft enough. I need something that is going to be a little. Nope, that one not going to be either. This one maybe. This one right here. Okay, we'll get that lined up. Let me see if we'll just use this. And maybe some thinner. Once again, we have way too much pure orange out here, I think. So Michaud, I don't know if you've seen all of well, actually, I don't know if you saw this. This video just went on the Patreon page here. So Michaud, we're still trying to figure out the STL situation. I have hundreds, literally almost hundreds of designs. It's just the printing process and how to make the height maps versus no height maps, that sort of thing. So I'm not putting the files up there until there's something more reliable, and that's the whole point of Meshi. Michaud, that's the whole point of that, is to try and figure out some way to make more printable STLs for folks than what I have. So great to see you there, it's Ranual. Happy Tuesday. Hopefully your Tuesday is I'm sure you're off to doing school again, whatever school and work, that sort of combo platter once again. And of course, all of I think you saw the video for we did all the Wapelius figures. There's the new Kathy figure, and also the 10th member of the Fellowship. Speaking of which, we did not one but 2 episodes of sculpting the Fellowship on Eldritch Foundry on the Patreon page. So again, all of now those are more reliable there, Michaud. So the first ones that would show up would be stuff like that, because obviously the files that I get from Eldritch Foundry, those are genuine STL files, like regular. Again, until I can kind of reliably create STL files myself, not going to be doing not going to be putting those up yet. Yeah, actually, Valfira, I've got the whatchamacallits, I got the cookies made. I also have a batch of the cranberry sauce. I have a batch of that. I think I told you, Arid, that once again, that stupid thermometer, somehow my thumb hit the button to change it to Celsius. Or no, no, that was the chicken. That was the chicken. This one was somehow the oven stayed at like 450 instead of going from 450 down to, I think I was supposed to go down to 325 because I was doing a roast there. Yeah, so for whatever reason it stayed at 450, and I'm like, something kind of smells more like burning instead of like cooking. So that was not that wasn't super helpful right there. I was fortunately able to salvage it. It wasn't ideal. It was not as good as the first one that I made, but given all the chaos, well, it was better than having to go, well, that is unsalvageable, that's for sure. Now, just trying to get some of this lighter stuff in here. We'll have to let that have a chance to set for a second while we while we try to do some stars in here. Yes, the house is the light source, right, Michaud? The house is indeed the light source. Do some of this now. And I think, Michaud, you saw the Aowen bust. So again, that sort of thing, that can go first. And that'll be a Dropbox folder, Michaud. Well, Arid, that's the crazy thing is the first time was a huge success. It was the second time, yeah. It was, it just don't, just, either that or it was rookie success. And I think I might have hinted at that, right, Arid? I might have said, well, maybe I got lucky with this. I kind of sort of did. Now we're getting some of our reds in here. Like you do. Over here. And again, if you check out the YouTube channel, you will be able to see the entire fleet, as in all of the ships, for the very first time in one place. And it was pretty exciting to see those, all the ships finally together. So yeah, Arid, I think the first time around, uh, I might have just ditched the whole, the flash cooking part of it. I think I'll just have to stick with the same process, Arid. Yeah, I think what I'll just do is like, okay, forget it. Well, I'll just put it in there even longer at a lower temperature. Yeah, what this one suggested was kind of do that initial kind of higher temperature thing to sort of seal in moisture. But it almost did was seal my fate in a raging inferno, right, Michaud? So yeah, that was a different seal right there. It was not quite that wasn't quite what I originally envisioned, for sure. More of our, again, there's a little bit of this red here. And then once this has a chance to set, we can do a little bit of our blending brush stuff. Then we'll do a Spatterstar, because Spatterstar Galactica, right, Camden? So everybody check out those YouTube channels there. Linseed Fellowship, again, is where you'll find the painting of, well, guess what? Our brand new fellowship. And again, there's our brand new Frodo right there. And we did a whole bunch of, we did all 10 members of the fellowship, including Mel, the halfling rogue, who, for whatever reason, was kind of left out of the movie production. Mel was in the Very Lost Tales, as in like extremely lost. Ooh, look at that. This is a very expensive base. We got Pearline Crimson going down there. Whoops, let me spin you this way. So yeah, well, it's also a Battlestar Galactica. That means double dose of mixing there, Camda. Right, we're gonna be mixing the paint. We're gonna be mixing the green stuff. All right, I think we've got our oranges. Again, I'm just going to be wiping that off with my hand. And we learned the hard way that for whatever reason with the resin on these things there, the hot glue, not enough to hold it. So we just have to literally hang on to it for dear life with our hand here. Which is why I got the gloves on so that I don't just get that stuff all over the place. Because that's what'll happen. It will get all over the place. Now we need to do some of our stars is here. Like you do. So everybody check out the Insta link again that Valfira shared. Now what was kind of fun about the... Oh good, I've got my blending brush here. That new... Remember I was telling you that I got that new rotating little carousel type thing that had the mirrored surface. I don't know if you noticed how my painted backdrop reflected onto the surface, which kind of continued my bases. That's what I was hoping for. That's the whole reason I got that thing. Was so that for things that I have my painted backdrops on, it would, for all intents and purposes, extend the backdrop down onto the figure. Now, the larger the figure is, the less well that works. I'm sure that system would probably work much better with small things. Like, who knows, maybe our... and again, these are the... Oh yeah, Sarge, did you see these here? These are the Warlord Games version of our 1800 scale ship. So this is one of those Mogami class cruisers right here. We did the entire starter set. We did the... I think it was 1 Portland class cruiser, 2 Northampton class cruisers, and the half dozen Fletcher class destroyers, and then we mopped that up with the 2 Mogami cruisers, the 1 Light Furataka class cruiser, and then 3 Fubuki class destroyers. And I believe that at least one of those videos is already up on YouTube as far as the painting process goes on the Linseed Fellowship anyways. Could be wrong, but I think it's there. Well, looky there. We got ourselves some stars as now. So yeah, Valfira, I wish that there was some kind of more of a portable station. Literally like almost the kind of thing that you would use for breakfast in bed. Because actually, Valfira, we were trying to do something like that for Kathy, so that she could at least maybe kind of keep up with the painting a little bit, not to lose all painting touch there. We had gotten a couple of different, again, like a desk that you would have also on your bed for all intents and purposes. Now here is our lightest yellow, and hopefully that's going to work. Maybe a little more thinner, also maybe a little bit more of this. More of our thinner here, breaking that down. So again, well, now it's a happy Tuesday here. Happy Tuesday to everybody. A little bit more of our light here, like so. And not a ton of it. Not a ton, just a little bit, and kind of have that almost reflecting there. Whoops, wrong way with that. Let's get this side over here. So Sarge, I think there was maybe Battle of Samar, or no, I think it was either Guadalcanal. Is that Samar Straits? That was the starter box there, Sarge. So it's generally going to be kind of smaller ships, cruisers, destroyers, that sort of thing. I don't know how many different starter sets they've got, Sarge. Now, of course, we have we have tons of those already. That's something I definitely don't. Well, we have all the aircraft carriers too. I mean, oh, there it is. So there's Musashi right there. And again, that's the early war version of Musashi. And what was there? Oh yeah, yeah. Here you go, Sarge. Look at this. This was the last of our 1/1800 scale ships here. This is this is the massive H class of battleships there. Yeah, there's a massive H class series. Never built, of course. Actually, well, Valfera, you'll have to send me any pictures of anything that you've done with those. Now, again, it was interesting. Now, again, I had a set of 80 plus the other set of 24. The one thing that was distinct was, well, I could not do, so I tried on something that had heavy texture. So yeah, the heavy texture, they're not going to work on there because there was just no way to get down in there. Now, of course, you could combo these. You could do glaze stuff on there, but then after that point, why don't you just paint it? So it's like I was trying to avoid that because yeah, it's like, well, if you're gonna do that anyway, just grab the hairy sticks and just paint it, right, Velfira? I wish Recoil was here. I think Recoil was suggesting like the old Star Wars Armada system or something. Wasn't it that? I think that's what it was. The old Star Wars Armada system maybe is what Recoil was suggesting. I'm hoping Sarge to just kind of create something. I'll kind of look around at some different things, and then we'll make something that we could at least use for those. The other thing, Sarge, is that right now I have no Cylon ships. So you kind of, I mean, okay, it could be, I guess, a colonial civil war, but we kind of need our other ships. So now it's time for spatter stars, which means we got to get this out of the blast radius, so to speak. The nice thing is, Sarge, that everything is measured from the bridge. So even though my bases are different, you're measuring from here. So all of this other stuff, completely irrelevant. There's not a whole lot of boarding attacks going on, right, Sarge? So that's kind of, I think, why base size doesn't really matter. Because if you're close enough to come into base contact, then something has gone horribly wrong, right, Sarge? As in, like, massively wrong. Yeah, that's not quite right. Now, here we go. We're ready for some spatter stars. Again, this is one of our $500 series of brushes because, again, this is a totally unique brush. Most do not come with uh, texture paste, tile grout, epoxy sculpt, extra glue over here, and green stuff over there. They also don't have the pre-cut bristles like this. So that is what makes this brush one of the top of the line expensive brushes in the Wampleville line of brushes there. Very expensive. Now here, let me, okay, I think you can see that. It is time for some spatter stars here. Some more there. Some more here. A little touch of them there. Hey there, recoil. We summoned a recoil. So recoil was that the Star Wars Armada system, the old one that you thought might be useful for as a game system for these? So recoil again. Those videos that you've been creating are just I mean that is masterful stuff there, recoil. I know it's like a bazillion different iterations, and I know that's a ton of extra hard work, but I mean, ball don't lie, right? Recoil, ball don't lie. Let's get this little bit of that. Now we're going to take. We'll use this maybe as a blending brush right here. So yeah, recoil. Unfortunately, and it makes sense, recoil, because it was about. If you look at my Suno workspace or whatever they call it, you'll notice that all of a sudden, remember, I cursed it recoil because not days after I said, okay, so there's been rules made for BSG in that system. It was only days after I said that if you looked at my workspace, there would be way less iterations, right? It didn't take 10 or 20 to get one song. Well, all of a sudden we were back up to like 100 versions of one song, and I'm like, okay, what's going on here? And of course, you have to waste time where it's screwing up over and over again, and then you have to waste more time where you basically have to directly question it and say, okay, what the heck is going on? Or something is wrong, and then you find out, oh yeah, something's wrong. Huge surprise, it doesn't volunteer that information, right, Rico? Okay, now we got that ready to go. It is time to start mixing green stuff here. We need that. We need that. Hopefully, that super glue will work. Now, let me see if I can salvage this glove here. Nope, I'm just going to have to grab a new one. That is out of luck there. All right, we got to get this guy stuck onto that base. So let's start. We're going to need a little bit more of our blue here. And there's our yellow. And the idea is we want to have green stuff here, and in between we want to have glue. So that's why we're doing this. So we're just mixing up this green stuff. So recoil, I'll try to send you, I used Audacity to cut out that basically 15 hours of preamble that was all garbled and everything. I don't even know what it's doing, recoil. It's like, it's not even singing the instructions, it's just making up stuff. And if you read that thing I sent you, recoil, it kind of sounds, I mean, it sounds pretty dire, right? What GPT is saying, it's like, well, we can put those in there, but it's just going to ignore them. And you can tell it to ignore it, and it'll just ignore you. It was pretty forceful, wasn't it, recoil? All right, so here we go. We're almost there. It's getting to be more green. And again, we have green stuff here, green stuff on the ship, and in between, we're going to have some of this. And then we're going to leave it down here so that we can do our glaze things, and that gets a chance to kind of set a little bit. The other thing, too, with this particular ship, fortunately, this is one of the first ones in a while that's got almost a flat ventral side. Some of the other ones have had such angular shapes or whatever that it's very, I've had to use a ton of extra green stuff. So here we're just going to make this little, look at that, a little ring there. Little ring of green stuff, little donut there, and now hopefully we can get glue out of here without too much hassle. Of course, that is going to be a hassle and not come out of there. And I was literally just using this glue a couple of hours ago. Well, that is not getting in there. One second, I'm trying to do this also without stabbing myself. That would be handy. Look at that. The novel concept. Glue comes out of the glue container. What are we to do? Okay, let me put this somewhere else that's not here. Okay, something just broke off there. That's not handy. So we're going to have to get some glue on that too after we do this. One second. Okay, we got that. And now we're just going to press that baby down. And now it looks like we need more of our glue over here. Hopefully we can salvage this thing that's trying to break here. We'll have to make sure that we avoid that with our glaze stuff. Okay, we can stick that right about there. I think you'll be able to see it. And I think, well, we've been using this to mix it. Look, there's even like get a little bit of support rod stuck down in there. So again, let me double check here on the, okay, that is, we got an attachment there. I'm maybe gonna use this to get rid of some of the extra green stuff here, if I can. I mean, you can't really see that at all. Okay, that seems to have worked, that little repair right there. Now we're going to try to just get some stuff in here. We got our indigo, we got our Mars black, and now we got this here. And now we're just going to mix that up like we do. This is the most exciting part of the stream, right? Cammed up, man. It's just, I think people are actually just going to like stop watching other channels just so that they can see this. I mean, literally just to watch this process right here. All right, this is what people wait all week for. And of course now I have to sneeze because that's super convenient. That is super convenient when you have a giant vat of thinner and oil paints in your hands. Because, you know, what could possibly go wrong there? I can't imagine of a single thing, right, Recoil, that would be amiss. So again, just trying to, I think I probably wanted a little softer brush. I thought a harder brush might be a little bit more efficient for this. Nope, that was incorrect. So we're going to change that to a different type of brush here because that's not working the way I wanted. So we're going to do this instead. And yeah, that seems to be a whole lot better there. Hey there, Grand Oracle. Actually, it's more than that. So great to see you there. Now, Grand Oracle, did you see the new video? I'm pretty sure that the markers have no use for miniature painting. I mean, we kind of knew that in advance, right? But that pretty much confirmed it. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Now, I think their best use, again, is for drawing out the freehand, maybe some initial shading of it. Again, that was all done with the paint markers right there. Nothing else. No brushes, no nothing. Just with the paint markers. Here's my little thing right here. So thanks, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Now, you're coming back. Okay, that is reasonably stable there. I also, once again here, need... Maybe we'll use this item right here. Just going to try and get that glue out of there. I mean, mostly got it out of there. So again, they were, I forget what the heck they, oh again, I just got them on Amazon. And the hilarious thing, of course, is that I probably could have gotten those for free. because they might have been offered to me, and I just said, well, I mean, I don't really see any use for them. After doing that video, I was like, okay, that kind of confirmed what I already knew, that they really don't have any purpose for just regular miniature painting. All they do is slow the process down. I mean, like massively slow it down. Now I only had 90 minutes to do that, so what you saw there is just 90 minutes basically with something that I'd never done before. Also, obviously, we're trying to figure out, okay, what the heck colors do we actually have to work with? So I get, again, in fairness, we do have to account for that. That again, that's something that I've never tried before. Brand new material. There, that's just kind of getting again down into all of those recesses there. So Grand Oracle, that's where I figured maybe they could be helpful. Well, remember I think the very first time I ever tried those was on that Guinevere figure transferring the freehand there. That's probably the first time I tried them. Get some of that over here. Also, don't want to get that down into the engine areas there because we want to be able to do our lighter stuff in there. So recoil, hopefully everything is worked out for Rottweiler. I haven't had a chance to shoot him a message today. Just trying to get ready for this. It was a full court press. Actually, it was more than a full court press. It was beyond full court press. So yeah, unfortunately, haven't had a chance to check in with him to see how that was going. So a 15 streak for Grand Oracle. So thanks, Grand Oracle, as always, for being here, and of course appreciate the. Thank you so much for the bits there. So again, you can kind of see how this is working out. We've got kind of our port side underway. Now we're going to do this again. We're just waiting for that to stabilize a little bit more. So again, that was a 25 stream streak for Valfira, for Irid, for Camda. Again, sorry about the voice. It's just, for whatever reason, very ragged today. So yeah, recoil. There was this procedure thing that I think didn't quite go according to plan, which has led to a second one. So I'll try to shoot him a message after the stream there. And yeah, recoil. So then it says, okay, well here, here's some alternatives. When I asked for it, so yeah, use these alternatives. Well, then I went in, and fortunately I did a little research in advance, and that's when I found out. Well, and then I asked them, it's like, so you recommended these things, and they can't be used. And it said, well, yeah, you don't want to use those right now. I'm like, so you could have said maybe that, I don't know, from the start, instead of me fortunately going in and finding out for myself. Because yeah, I would have found out the hard way there. Recoil, obviously gone in there and then got, oh yeah, now I've made this, now I can't use it. So again, we're just trying to drop in our sort of glazy stuff here. You can kind of see it's got a little bit of a shine to it. Like so. Here we're going to do this, and then we let gravity sort of do its thing. Letting gravity do its deal. I see we need some over here. Still not gonna. I'm still gonna. Well, okay, fine. Whatever. I'll just put it there. If it activates the glue, it activates the glue. Now, I'm also gonna have to grab me another glove there. 1 second here. And grab this so that. Okay. So I'll try to email you because for whatever reason, right, Rico, I send them to you on Instagram and they don't play for you. So I'll try to email that to you again. It's the one that I'll email you the two versions. The one that the original one with all the weird, garbled, crazy stuff at the beginning, and then mine where I essentially cut all that stuff off. Because that's the other thing they took away recoil is that you used to actually almost have like a trial version of editing it in Suno. Now they took that away. You just have to pay for that, even though you're already paying for Suno. Now we're going to do this right here. We're also going to welcome Sir Death to the channel. So thank you so much, Sir Death. Appreciate the follow. Oh, look at this. Look at that pin line action. Oh my god, that is classic pin line action. What are you doing here? He's like, I just live here. All of us. Like, there's 20 of you. He's like, technically, I think there's 21 now. Yep, and here's the latest version of Gandalf. There he is. That's the new one that we sculpted using Eldritch Foundry. So, Sir Death, we've got to do this process right here. What's going to happen on the big Gandalf 6 here? Wow. He almost knocks over all the thinner and rolls a big Gandalf 6. So there you go, Sir Death. A big Gandalf 6 for you. Okay. Yeah, Rico, because I was going to say, because other people are able to listen to him. So, Sir Death, appreciate the follow. Geez, we're almost at 95.50. So, the journey to 10K, I think it's going to be a very long one, but we appreciate all the follow. And again, there's no fabulous prizes. I mean, it doesn't matter whether it's 9999 or 10. Thanks, Sir Death. Couldn't resist getting that when, of course, when I saw that, I thought, well, that'll be perfect. That'll be perfect for our welcoming folks into the fellowship. Here, now we're going to do the same deal. Same deal here. We also have to watch out for some of that migrating down here. There we go. So we're trying to kind of not bounce this around too much. And another reason why we did the green stuff in between the glue there is that what that tends to do is kind of crystallizes the glue and sort of flash cures it. What is that stuff that people will use sometimes? I think it's just called quickset, or no, it's not quickset. It's some kind of accelerant, I think is what they call it. Yeah, in a way, the green stuff, because there is technically kind of some moisture in there that almost acts as an accelerant, and it makes the super glue set that much faster. All right, we're gonna get that out of the way, so there's no more near disasters there. Now we're gonna be working on just like our very first ship here, Galactica Actual. We're gonna be doing all of the panel lines that are not actually there. Where's this was again our last ship that we did. This is the Atomic Carrier. And all of this stuff that you see here, panel line, none of that is there. That is all painted on. That doesn't actually exist. And of course, can't find it. There it is. This is, if you want to see all of these ships together, we just did this video with that. That's got, well, now we're doing the 13th ship. So technically, we don't have all of the ships. I think our next ship might be something much smaller. They basically, this one is referred to as the pocket battleship here. So I actually did make it smaller. Now you can see in these areas where it's shiny, we kind of have to not mess around with that too much. Yeah, where it's shiny, we have to sort of avoid that. I mean, we could even do some more stuff down on the base over here too. We have to see what we're going to do with these three things right here. We'll also have to have a little red stripe there too. I'll see you later there, Sarge. Holy smoke, Sarge. Well, again, and if I don't see you before then, Sarge, happy Thanksgiving. If I don't see you before then. So appreciate you being here, Sarge. Thank you so much for the bitses and such. Appreciate that. You take away some more of this. So Grand Oracle, I hope that the event was a big success. And that you had lots and lots of folks, but I guess not too many folks, if you know what I mean there, Grand Oracle, that it wasn't like too hard to control. And of course, Grand Oracle, if you have any kind of links to that anywhere, or someone else might have shared some links, please go ahead and drop those, drop those in the chat too. All right, it's time to start getting our variety, our cavalcade of greenish grays and violet grays and all other kinds of grays. Now that is very much, you can see how that mixes there. Why are we doing this? Because our panel lines, right, are going to follow, the Aztecing is going to follow that same shape there. We can only do so much of this before it's like, okay, we got to refresh that brush. But you can see already it's got some kind of a pattern to it, kind of by default there. So look at that, see that? Even if we didn't do anything else, that's actually a little bit more interesting than if it was just a flat surface. Well, that's fantastic, Grand Oracle. And again, I was just hoping that it was going to be worth. I know you're putting a lot of work into that, and I wanted to make sure that it was worthy of all of your extra work because you got a lot of stuff going on, right, Grand Oracle? Lots of things you got to do, and that's if there's not swim meets going on, right? So see again, look at that. See how we've got it's almost like a stripe type effect there. That's what we're trying to get here, and that's why we're using the oil paints. Because you can see that that's just all mixing now. That obviously was not happening with those marker pens, Grand Oracle, and that was, again, that was a little bit, oof. That was kind of distressing there because you get real used to being able to do exactly what I'm doing here. Yeah, and all of a sudden that ability is taken away. Boy, at Grand Oracle, that's really amazing. Again, sorry I didn't get a chance to really shoot you any messages there on Sunday. So Sunday was again, it was a very crazy day here. I was trying to again get that video filmed, and the generation programs were acting real crazy yesterday. So there was a lot of lost time there. Now I get where there's, I mean, you can see that's pretty darn shiny up there. That's we just kind of wait there. There's no point in trying to force the issue there. We'll just wait. We will move on to other areas instead. We'll move on. Other places we can go. And again, this is practically straight out of the tube here. So as always, we are using oil paints here. Focusing on the alkyds, which is what we pretty much usually do on stream. Now the other thing we're going to try to do is get some of our lighter blue in there, and I think just a couple more little attempts to get some stuff here, and then we do the lighter blue stuff because again, after a while it's kind of a law of diminishing returns here, trying to fool around where we have all of the glaze stuff. So what we're going to do is get all that stuff out of here. See if we can't maybe use this brush to get that lighter blue. I'm glad I remembered at least to put the sky blue out there. Maybe I'll use this. Yeah, Grant Oracle. We use that on all kinds of stuff, right? Lots of different things. All right, here we go. And it looks like we were successfully able to avoid getting any kind of our pin line wash down in there. 1 second here. That's getting in there somehow. There we go. Again, still haven't had a chance to try to do a weathering workshop episode yet with the dirty down stuff. Whoops, that does not belong there. Get that out of there. So again, everybody, now I should be streaming on Thursday. It's going to be a late stream. I mean, Thursdays are late starts on regular Thursdays. This is not going to be exactly a regular Thursday. So when I get back to the house, that's also another thing that is dependent, is when do I get back? It's going to be one of our flats. I know we'll be doing that. That is a for certain. We'll be painting some kind of a flat. I don't think it's going to be a Christmas ornament type of flat because I'm not going to have any chance to mess around with that stuff, I don't think. I find it highly unlikely. Okay, there we go. So we have some of our initial lighter stuff for the engine glow, and you can see here what that eventually is going to look like that. Now let me try to get the paper towel down in here to get after some of that. Look at this, the pin line wash migrated all the way down to here. I mean, it's look at that. See, here we got a big old batch here. I'm just gonna use the paper towel to start get rid of some of that, just to soak up some of it. Because otherwise, again, that's gonna keep traveling. So yeah, recoil when I was getting the bad news from Copilot, it literally listed all the songs. It's like, yeah, you can't make that anymore. Can't make that anymore. Can't make that anymore. That was that was a very weird moment. Wasn't that about 6? Well, I was more like you're at nighttime, but I think it was about 6:36 something in the morning. Actually, recoil. I do have one that. Oh, that. Geez, I gotta find that recoil. I've got that cornucopia sitting around here somewheres. I gotta find that thing. I actually have some turkeys too, like little stuffed turkey things, not as in like actual turkeys. Thanks for reminding me about that recoil. I gotta find out where the heck those things are. All right, get more of this in here. Some of that over here. So it's most likely just going to be one of our Lord of the Rings flats. I think I want to save the Arthurian stuff for more specific streams and all that. I had thought about maybe doing one of the Oriental flavored ones, but I think we'll just stick with the Lord of the Rings flats there. There we go. And of course, again, this was our latest flat Thursday, right there. Gotta be careful here. Gotta be careful. Yeah, there's still too much of the thinner there. Even here, even with the paint being a whole lot thicker, still too much of the thinner right there to fool around. We'll work in some of this right here. Yeah, there we go. Nope, nope, nope. So recoil, I don't know if you saw the language it said, but like simple phrasing where it's just like one word things or whatever, it does okay with that. And it's like, well, here I'll show you an example of what we could do. I'm like, no, that's not gonna work. That is not gonna work. Not for what we're doing. But yeah, so certain things will still work there, but that boy is it's certainly limited. Okay, that might have been. No, I think we're good. I was kind of first thinking that was more than we wanted there. Now, ideally, we'd be working on a couple of ships at once, which would mean that we could just kind of set this one aside, work on another one. That's where having two flats at one time. Well, look at this. See how easy that is? That's because the that glaze stuff is kind of set over here. Look at this. See how much easier it is to dry brush that stuff on there. Eventually, see, same over here. So these were some of the very first areas that we did. Yeah, geez, I gotta find these. I literally do it. There's not many of them, but I do actually have Thanksgiving decorations. I have some of the Christmas ones up. I do. I promise. I set some of those up yesterday also. All I can figure recoil is that they just they see there's a bigger market for the pop music stuff, and they figure it's a waste of resources. That's all I can figure. Now, there we go. Recoil. Great minds think alike, right? And it basically said that. Now, I don't think I was able to include this because it was just, there was a lot. There was a lot recall, and it basically kind of said that it's targeting. Well, actually, this was not GP. This was just a Google search, and it kind of insinuated that, well, the vast majority of people they just want a quick and easy thing, and what we're doing is not the quick and easy thing, and that's kind of why they're getting rid of that. Okay, again, we're starting to feel a little bit more of our light there. And what's crazy, yeah, Rico, I saw that Skyreels, the interface was almost the same as Suno all of a sudden, and I went, oh my goodness. Only for it to say, yep, it looks that way because it's doing the exact same thing. Now I don't know how much lighter we want this stuff to be. Well, definitely not that light. That was not what we wanted at all. Oh, look at this. It's like we have an eraser though. And that was the other thing, Grand Oracle, with the markers, is that I almost instinctively went to just kind of wipe it away. And I'm like, oh, yeah, we're not doing that anymore. Not with the markers, we're not. That is not going to happen. So again, all of this, that streaking there, that is a precursor. And this is a better one to show. I think this is the Artemis class here. Ah, there we go. Yeah. So you can kind of see there it's got the full Aztecing and panel lines. That had, just like this one, that had no stuff there. So eventually that is what we're going to be doing. I might just set that over there. I'll just set that right on over there. So yeah, that is what we'll be doing with the engines and such. I got once this had a chance to set, we'll be able to do a bunch of that over here because there's I wanna say there's like a little more open space here in some places to do that with, to experiment with. Again, I'm trying to avoid putting too much stress on our thing that we just glued there. I don't want to put too much stress on that too quick. More of our mid-tone down here, and there you can see there's still a lot of our glaze stuff going on there. Not surprised. Look at this. It's not just darker; you can see the shine on it. That's how much of the glaze that I just picked up. So that tells you just okay, move on to some other area. Don't keep fooling around with that area. Move on. Move on to something else. Do this now. Nope, gotta go back and refresh that brush. Sometimes you might only just get one brush stroke out of it before it starts mixing too much with what's already on there. And you just have to go back again and refresh that brush. Yeah, I need a little bit more of that lighter gray in there. Now down in here, I'm not sure I should fool around too much with this just yet. Uh, there's still, yeah, I can still see there's a lot of our glazy stuff there. Actually, I'm going to start also shifting over here towards something that's just more violet. That is our radiant violet for all intents and purposes right there. The alkyd version of it anyways. So yeah, we started it, we had the more of a greenish version of it there. Now it's now again more of a, I mean it's violet-ish. It's not really, it's not exactly going to scream out violet at you. It's not supposed to. I don't know, maybe these are like fuel, these maybe are fuel tanks or something here. Nice to see you there, Enganes. Happy Tuesday. Everybody, please give Enganes a follow. And of course, Enganes, like always, if you want to share your Instagram there with your fabulous oil painted miniatures, that'd be sensational. Again, Enganes also paints with the oils. More of that lighter violet in a few spots here. There we go. A little bit. Nope, nope, look at that. See how dark that's getting? That means we must go refresh that brush. And we're also, as you can see, got ourselves that one of our little micro filberts going on right there. And it's not an actual filbert brush. This is just a craft brush. That's all it is. See there, right there, that just picked up a whole bunch of that glaze. I mean, a whole ton of it, and just kind of pushed it all around. So that means we don't mess around with that area for a while. Why don't you go check out that link that Enganes just posted? And again, please give Enganes a follow. Enganes again streams the oil painting. Wow, here we are. Here we go. More of that here. More light over here. So I can see that this is, again, it's not quite as shiny, which means that glaze stuff is starting to set over here. Which means now I can start to do this sort of thing. Yeah. Let's keep going with that. Yeah. I think I can get away with working in there. Nah. Speaking of doing something else, why don't we? I think we. That's just almost dry brush type stuff we put down in there. The engine area. Let's get our lighter. Maybe we'll use this guy for that. Just got to get here. Let me get all the stuff out of there. All that stuff. So as far as cleaning your brushes go, we're not going to be using thinner for that. We use thinner to thin the paint. Look at this. It's a Winsor Newton, also for acrylic paints, not just for oil paints. And of course, it's not hazardous. No vapors. When we're talking about thinner, as far as thinning the paints, okay, there you go. That's a water bottle cap. That's pretty much it. Except for what I used in the to do our pin line wash. Other than that, that's the only other thinner that I've got out. That is it as far as thinner goes. Yeah, less is more and more is way too much, especially when it comes to thinner. Except when you're trying to make a pin line wash, which is what we're trying to do here. So that might be just enough. Every color is different as far as what makes a pin line wash. Some colors, like Indian yellow, takes a ton of thinner to create a pin line wash. Other ones, not so much. Quinacridone, magenta, your phthalo colors, that doesn't necessarily take very much to create that pin line wash. This is not our lightest either, but you can see that that's starting to get a little bit lighter down in there. And that's a hard to reach area. Why would I be, trying to paint layers in there? Having had to do that many times in the past. Oof, no fun. Very much a no fun kind of thing. Back to the violet over here. Let me see if we can make an even more microfilbert there. Because, the other one wasn't small enough. Let's make one even smaller. See that? Look at this. See that? Why is that happening? That's because that thinner that we actually kind of whisked off with the paper towel, that's not there so much anymore. All of a sudden, that makes this a little bit easier to do. Alright, swinging around to this side. So we're at about the 1.5 hour mark. 1.5 hours ago. This whole deal here was just primer. Pretty much black Steinerese mixed with some basically Prussian blue. Prussian blue ink, that is. Yeah, here, let me scoot in a little bit of our lighter stuff right there. And then, see, now we're able to do a little bit more here. 10 minutes ago, that wouldn't have been successful. We would have picked up some kind of glaze, and that would have just kind of smeared it all over the place. And again, we still have to draw in essentially our reddish line there, like we've been doing on all the ships. These are all free files on Thingiverse. They're not the easiest things to print because they're basically just one piece. Now, of course, you can go into Slicer or whatever and cut them up yourself into more manageable chunks. I'm starting to wonder, Grand Oracle. Well, here you go, Cam. I guess once I actually have Meshi, I suppose I could import these files in there and see if I could have it, cut those and maybe again make it more manageable. Maybe even the B5 stuff. Trying to get me a little bit more again. Oh, look at this. That's what these are. These are little ships right here. These are like little tanker ships right here. That's what's sitting there. Okay, how you doing there, Teals? Thank you so much for the raid. Everybody, please give Tealscar a follow. And of course, Teals, why don't you share some fabulous painted miniatures in the chat? We are working on yet another one of our Battlestar Galactica ships. So 1 hour 25 minutes ago, this had no paint on it whatsoever of any kind. Eventually, it'll be a little bit more like this. It's a very similar ship. I think this is the Artemis class here. You can see all that Aztecing and all the panel lines. You can see that's not sculpted on. We're in the first phases here of just creating some of that. We also painted our base, like all of our Galactica ships. So how you doing there, Denethor? Also, too, Denethor, why don't you post some stuff there in the chat? And again, but please give Teals a follow, and Teals definitely post some stuff in the chat. It all started here 12 ships ago, because this is ship number 13 now. Actually, we'll just put you over there. So here is Galactica Actual. That was our very first ship that we ever did. Now you can also see here and check out, this is where we have all of the ships for the very first time shown together in that video right there. So that's the first place they've all been together. So Teals, we've been doing more of the flats. This was our Thursday stream of last week. So that's a couple of our Lord of the Rings flats there. Here's again some more that we have done here. We did this one on Halloween. Well, that was the day before Halloween. That's right. And then here was our Galadriel flat that we did. And I don't know. I think Teals, you saw the new Kathy figure, right? Yeah, this is the new Kathy figure that I sculpted in Eldritch Foundry. Well, what we did was we made Mel the Halfling Hoblet into the 10th member of the Fellowship. So yeah, put her on the Moria style basing to join the rest of our hobbits is like Frodo. So we basically re-sculpted all of the Fellowship. Here is our so there's our Gimli that we sculpted right there. And we painted these up actually last weekend. Yeah, the Friday, Saturday stream. Like here's Boromir right there with his fabulous horn and his shield right there. And I think we've got, oh, here's our new Gandalf. Yeah, again, sculpted all of these in Eldritch Foundry, printed them out, and painted all 10 of them on the stream. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Teals just posted. And of course, everybody please give Tealscar a follow and also Denethor. So Denethor, why don't you post some of those oil painted miniatures? Go ahead and do that. Again, it's great to have you here. Here, we're just going to lighten that up even more. So yeah, look at this recoil. Those are actually a couple of ships sitting out there on these. And there's a couple more in there too. Yeah. So some kind of tanker ships or whatever. It's just now starting to kind of again give me an idea of the scale on these ships here, which of course is massive. Now, our last two Armada Mondays, we were painting the starter set to Warlord Games Victory at Sea. So we were painting the Japanese ships. This is one of the Mogami class cruisers, and we painted the U.S. fleet, which is over here. Is this the Indianapolis? No, this is one of the Northampton class cruisers right here. So that was part of the U.S. set. So again, everybody please give Tealscar a follow. So it's always great to see you, Teals, and hopefully you're getting set. You're pretty much ready for Thanksgiving there. Oh, that's a raptor. Wow, look at this. That's what these things are. Because I was wondering, like, why is there one over here? There's nothing over here. That's how big a raptor is. So check that out. That tiny little thing right there, that is a raptor. So if we were to be doing, two scale stands of battlecraft or something like that, that's how big a raptor would be. That is tiny. So again, we want everybody to give the follows there again to Teals and to Denethor. Of course, Denethor is oh, here we go. Middle Earth's favorite hang glider pilot. Now, of course, Denethor has a unique approach to hang gliding. He has no hang glider. He just does the jumping part, not so much the hanging or the gliding. He just does mostly the falling. I'm going to try and just do a little. There we go. Ah, that's fantastic, Teals. We have that house stuff. It kind of never ends, right? And never easy to find the time to do that stuff. So yeah, Camda, this is the fleet repair ship. For a second, I thought, well, this was the Raptor tender. I don't think it is. I'll double check after the stream. But yeah, these two little guys right here, Camda, those are Raptors. I was looking at that and just the shape of it. I'm like, I think I recognize that shape, tiny as it is. That right there is a Raptor, which would be why there's all of these other ancillary landing bays and such there. That explains a lot. Now, again, we could start doing more stuff out here because this is starting to set. So, yeah, see, before, just 10 minutes ago, that would have been ill advised. Like, massively ill advised. But now it's pretty much okay. Pretty much okay. So, let me see. This is our Monday. Well, actually, this Thursday again, Thanksgiving, I most likely will be streaming again. And we'll probably be streaming one of our Lord of the Rings themed flats. Again, that's one of the bestest locations in all of Middle Earth right there. Favorite place of our Easterlings. Yeah, it's well, you've heard of what is it? Oh, Codex creep, right, Teals? Yeah, there's a similar type of creep when it comes to home repairs. You start out with not a lot, and then it turns into a ton, and you're like, but wait a minute, I've been doing these home repairs all along. Yeah, they just multiply. It's just like Codex creep, only it's with houses. Wow, look at how much later we can get that. And again, that same deal that I just did, and even here, that is not happening. So these must all be tanks right here. Almost maybe like fuel tanks or something. Yeah, deals. That's got to make it interesting to find time to try to stream there too, right, Teals? That's got to be a bit of a challenge. Let me get a little bit more of this in here. Yeah, I'm still just gonna have to wait. We'll have to wait on that little section down there. There's still, yeah, there's still too much of that thinner that's active there. No problem. We got other places we can work on over here. And again, we've just kind of created one of our, we call it a micro filbert here. It is like a regular, well, it's a craft brush, but normally they would try to use it as a detail brush. We say, nah, we're going to use that as a filbert brush. And you could do that with the oil paints. See how look at that. We've essentially made a dual brush out of this. Again, just a cheap old craft brush from Amazon. Yeah, that's kind of the one time, right? Right, Teals, when there's just not a lot. Kind of the like you say, the other noise kind of recedes a bit when you're doing your streaming. At least that's how it's supposed to work. Twitch can make things twitchy, so sometimes it gets interesting, a little more interesting than you'd like it to be. Can we go late? Yeah, yeah. Wasn't quite sure it was a little too soon to try and do that, but that worked out okay. So glad that you're able to kind of utilize the streaming as a little bit of a chill out period there. Yeah, see that is still. We're just gonna have to wait on this area here on the ventral side of things. Yeah, we'll wait. And there's plenty of things we can do over here on the dorsal side, anyways. I mean, we can also eventually start grabbing smaller brushes too. Smaller brushes, start working in maybe some more details. Also, again, starting to do more of that Aztecing there. And you can see again, we're starting to set it up, but it's going to be even more pronounced. Let me do some more of this here. Now, see that? It was only about 10 minutes or so ago, maybe 15. If I tried doing this here, I would have ended up just with a whole bunch of paint on the brush. Now, this is set so well, I can actually, look at it, I can actually do some dry brush stuff in there. Yep, I couldn't have done any of that for sure 15 minutes ago. We've only been working on this thing for an hour and a half, by the way. 90 minutes ago, this whole thing here, this whole deal was just primer. There was no paint on there or anything like that. No siree. And of course, the crushed glass snow is super fantastic. We use it all the time. Where's our there we go. We use it all the time. We have entire armies where we use the crushed glass snow in entire dioramas, even terrain pieces with the crushed glass snow. Just trying to sneak a little bit of our light down. Is it? Nope, still can't there. But here, it's a little different story. Yeah, see here, we're actually good to roll there. Maybe even a little bit here. Well, nope, no, not right. All of a sudden we say that, and we just picked up some of our glaze right there. We're okay down here. No, not there. So again, we'll just have to be patient. Don't be a hasty little hobbit. Back to our here. Look at that. It's even a more expansive of a filbert style brush there. See you later there, Teals. See you later there. So have a great Thanksgiving. Thank you so much for the raid. And again, everybody please give Tealscare a follow. And go check out that link that Teals posted as well. Yeah, see that's set now. Once again, taking this micro filbert brush, as we like to call these guys. Now we have to go back, and again we have to refresh the paint on that brush. Let's refresh that, and we'll do that Now on this side, yep, patience pays off. Here, I can see all kinds of glossy stuff there. I cannot do this dry brushy stuff there because see all that darker paint that's on there? That's what's going to happen. All we're going to be doing is just smearing around our original darker glaze stuff. So we'll wait. We will be patient. We will wait. I think I can actually do go. No, we better wait. Speaking of being patient, let's not mess around with the engine fluid just yet. We'll give that a little while to again give it a chance to set. Think of it like bread in a proving drawer or ceramics or something like that. You're not gonna take your clay, make a pot, and then just shove it right in the kiln. It'll explode or crack, one or the other or both, because of all the moisture in there. Same deal with the oil paints here. You have to be a little bit patient, not rush things too much. Fine, we'll get an edge on that. I just again was waiting here for more of the glazes to set. Looks like they did. All of these Battlestar Galactica files, these are free on Thingiverse, so they are free. I will say this, they're not the easiest things to print out. This had all kinds of lattice work and stuff, especially in this area, that either didn't print at all or after it printed it just disintegrated, and that can happen. All of his Babylon 5 ships, once again, I wouldn't even try to print those out. I think you tried, one of them, right, Camda? And, well, like you thought, it wasn't really gonna work. Again, they're all free, so it's not that big a deal. Still gotta wait on that. I can actually see all of the wet paint just sitting there. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna try to get me a little bit of that lighter gray up here. Same over there. And then here again. And of course, we always have ourselves some form of blending brush at the ready. That's so close to being a workable area. It's still, I just saw a little bit of a glossy thing from the glaze sitting there, so we won't mess with that just yet. We'll stick over here with this. And we'll do that now. Yep, there we go. Yeah, something here. We haven't done anything on these yet. Then we had to figure out, calculate just where do we want our stripe to be. Since these are two very similar hulls, I'll try to get it in the same spot. So we're gonna kind of line these up so you can see it, and also, well, geez, so I can see it. Let's do this. So we got some of our red there. And then that's gonna go probably right about here. And then down this way. Okay. Just needed a little reference there. And then we'll just carry it down this way now. So yeah, Grant, Oregon. I mean, even that. Okay, you really couldn't do any of this with the markers. So again, I just they were. It's not like they were super expensive, and I'm really more curious to see how they work on terrain. Actually, now what I'm gonna do is there's the brush I'm looking for. I'm gonna try to do some uh, later stuff again. Here's some of our later panel work here out on the engine pods here. Let's do that. Now here, now I got a micro filbert brush here, and see now we're doing a little bit of a different cutout there, little different cutout. Again, that is for some of this Aztecing, and we want to have a variety of the violets, the greens. So again, right there, what we're kind of doing is just insinuating that there's some kind of again a panel there, whatever. Where there is none, there is no panel there. We're going to take our little blending brush there and take some of that away. Work it over onto this side here. And it just the same thing like what we just did on the port side. We're doing that now on the starboard side. We'll do this some more. So Armored Wolf, I'm guessing that the Shelob and Golem there, I'm assuming that's Forge World. Now it could be a plastic kit. Obviously, it would be way nicer if that was a plastic kit than, well, Failcast from Forge World. Could be a plastic kit. Who knows? But usually, I think things like that tend to end up being a Forge World kit. Well, especially if they're Lord of the Rings. Try to lighten you. Oh, there we go. There we are. A little bit later. This same area, 40 minutes ago, it would have been just a sea of our thinner. That would have been impossible to do any of this down here. And that's where that little bit of patience comes in. Now we always suggest that maybe you have a whole bunch of ships to, or a whole bunch of something to work on, even if it's not a bunch of things to paint. Maybe you're just prepping Forge World resin while you're waiting maybe for the paint to set up a little bit or something. Oh, that's where I've seen these before. It's on the other ship. I'm like, it's like, man, I recognize these weapon mounts here. Because I think the Artemis wasn't that long ago that we painted up that guy. Oh yeah, see all of this now we're definitely able to do much more in this area. Because before there was a lot of our thinner and pin line wash sitting on these. Not so much anymore. Same deal here again on this dorsal side. Trying to, there we are. Wanted to work in another one of our panels here. Again, this kind of Aztecing, probably the most common on Star Trek ships, I guess. I think Star Wars ships, they tend to have like a lot of actual panels there, so I don't know if you really are doing much of the Aztecing. Let me do this here, and that again, that's something that we do all the. See, I still can't mess with that. I'm seeing some shiny stuff right there, so I'm not gonna mess with that. Again, we're not even 2 hours in. There's plenty of time to get back and work on that kind of stuff. No need to rush that. Again, we're gonna have panel lines and such out here. These are actual little ships right here. These these little guys, those are little tiny ships over there. And oh, over here too. These, well, I still there's still too much thinner over there for me to try to get some paint on those raptors. But yeah, maybe we'll have to just say these are landing bases. So we might have to put some maybe some numbers or symbols on those. Yeah, here I'll try to work in a little more light there, and now back to the pretty much straight up radiant violet almost. And we go. Again, this is all traditional oil paints. A definite emphasis on the alkyds here. I tend to use the alkyds more on stream just because things are going to set up way quicker. Obviously, they dry faster. By this time tomorrow night, this really won't be super dry as far as I could just pick it up and handle it as if it was any other figure. But I could at least handle it and not be destroying all the paint on it. So you can sort of handle it. I mean, just like our new fellowship figures, I wouldn't necessarily want to, if I needed to put some kind of anti-shine on them, I think I could probably do that now. I wouldn't have wanted to do that, say, on Sunday, because I was still painting them Sunday morning. And even in within the alkyds, some colors are going to take longer to dry, because there's, with the oil paints, there's a big difference between various colors. Some are very translucent, some are hyper opaque, some are really expensive, others are just super cheap. It is not like acrylic paint. It's a very different medium. It works in a very different way. If you're just gonna use it the same way you use your acrylic paints, then might as well just stick with the acrylic paints, which is fine. And yes, once the oils are dry, you can certainly paint acrylics over the top of them. But once the oils are dry, I mean, it's just like any other paint. It wouldn't matter. You can paint right over the top of it with acrylics. And the other thing, again, you can put oils over the acrylics then again. The only thing is, paint's got to be dry. As long as the paint's dry, you can do any of those things. Now here again, I'm going to want some of those panel line things, which is why we're trying to do some of this Aztecing stuff here, where we see that it almost looks like there's separate panels starting to emerge here. There's not; those do not exist. But it's almost like we're painting those in, and I'm giving them a little bit of shading as if they were there. For whatever reason, those tend to add a nice sense of scale to figure. Even when they're really tiny like this, again, I would imagine this scale is even smaller than our 1/1800 scale ships that we do all of our World War II stuff. And again, for folks on the Patreon page, we did post our latest tutorial to the Patreon page today. It was another one of our kind of more experimental type videos. Yeah, so you're not going to see, oh, look at this, the 75th, 100th non-metallic metal video that shows the exact same thing that all the other 7400 before it did. And it's not all oil paints either. There's basing, there's terrain, there's an airbrush series, there's a metals workshop series, there's a sculpting series. Got multiple terrain basing series. There's a large scale, small scale. There's even an eBay rescues series. And I want to get to the rest of that painting that Mumak there recoil because we need that for our Harad video. Well, we need several Mumaks for that Harad video. Okay, there we are. Then a bit more of our light working its way into here. All of these are gonna need to be a little lighter here. And yeah, now the stuff is definitely set up here. So on our forward part of the dorsal, oh yeah, look at that. I could not have done any of that probably 25 to maybe 35 minutes ago. Still would have been mostly a no-go zone there. Let me work in a little bit more of that. I think I'm going to try to, yeah, let's unify this a little bit, clean this up here. There's a little too much variation and too small of a spot. That is not what we wanted there. We're just going to take it again. Look at it. We're just going to wipe it away. It's like we got an eraser here. Lighten you up too, I think, here. Bit more right on that edge. This too, yeah. Yeah, like that. Also some here. These, can I finally mess around with it? Nope, still can't mess around with that raptor down there. Almost can go back into these to kind of get the lightest of our light in there. Wow, we're getting real close over in this part over here too. Now this part is dry and set enough, not dry, but set enough so I can do this little bit of a dry brush thing, even with a tiny little craft brush like this. And thanks again for that recoil, because well, we need a bunch of them. Need a whole bunch of them, and it was kind of neat recoil because well, remember there was that one that I was converting. It's actually not too far away, so now I've got some of the printed ones. Now we also have some of the the original GW style. And now that I know in things like say sky rails and whatever to use my own figures and stuff as the subject matter. Boy, yeah, the videos are really they're gonna take an interesting turn once the terrain is part of them. Maybe work in a little more of this here, like so. Nope, I need a different micro filbert, as we like to call them. What about you? Yep, this one. We call those micro filberts. They kind of do the same thing that our regular ones do, but boy, you're not doing this with a regular filbert brush. And again, these are just craft brushes. They're super inexpensive ones. I just get them on Amazon. It's been years now since I last used any kind of sable brush. Back to that lighter stuff again to do some more dry brush things here. Let me try to work in. No, we'll have to use this brush. Let me first get some of that out of there, because now that's the downside of the alkyds. They're going to set up in your brush too. It's not like they will dry in your brush, but it's harder to get them out of there once they've had a chance to set in your brush. So it's best to try and get them out of there. Yeah, this is going to need the same bit of lighter stuff right here. Yeah, recoil. I'm starting to think that, remember those Doe Amroth pictures I sent you? I'm starting to think that I should just use the pictures of my Doe Amroth stuff, and maybe we wouldn't have literal swans as boats, right? Recoil. Now it still is. It's no guarantee that it's not going to just ignore your reference, but at least it's there, and you can kind of say, "Hey, use my reference." Now, what I'm going to use here, radiant green. Let me get this. It's got a little bit more of our white in there. So again, this is almost kind of a greenish gray right here. Just in that area. Then we move on to something else here. Move on elsewhere. Like that. Here we are. I think that we should probably get a little bit more of our light in some of these areas around yeah. A little more of our light in there. Yeah, be careful here. I'm gonna squeegee some of whatever's in there. Yeah, there we go. That was a good move. That was a good idea. Now I can come in here and just kind of use this as a blending brush. Now this won't be this is one of our kind of grayish violet colors. It's a little bit on the darker side. This is not about making things later. This is basically about a bit of a color shift here, or trying to work in some color as opposed to more of a value thing. The value is almost the same. Differences in the color. One is more of a, well, it's essentially a red-green contrast, believe it or not. For our red greens there, orange green that we have, actually technically up here a red-green contrast going on as well. May not look like it. Just think of one as a hyper grayed down version of a green-red contrast. Which again, that's what they use for color blindness tests. Now recoil. I want one of the Mumaks to be the one where it's basically an APC for a whole bunch of half trolls. Yeah, that will be one interesting looking Mumakil there. The whole bunch of half trolls up in the Howdah. Let me do this. There we are. And of course, don't forget we could also come back into that with our with darks too. It's not just now later. We grab the ship there. Look at that. See, there will be some darks going into the some of our panel, our glorious panel stuff there. Now there's still thinner right there. It's just too active at this point to mess around with. Now over here, maybe more refinement on some of this. Originally, it was just literally like streaks of lighter and darker color. Now all of a sudden, we're starting to do things like this, where it's almost more like a specific kind of panel chunk there. And again, that just called Aztecing. I don't really know why. As far as, I guess, stonework or something, I would think it almost is more Inca-like instead of Aztec-like. Back to the much lighter, essentially radiant violet. Now, and a little bit here. Well, geez, we're already at hour number 2. And a little bit here, I'm going to go refresh that medicine because we used a wee spot of that earlier on in the stream. That's what helps. Well, in this case now, it prevents sleep streaming. Yeah, here. Let's grab a little bit of this. Once again, they're trying to secure the edges of that little line. They're not quite sure if that's just a recognition symbol or what that is meant to be. You know what? I think I'm just going to go that way with that a little bit. Try to do the same deal here, and then I think I want to see what is happening here. Okay, yeah, let's try to get this much lighter stuff down in the cowlings there. Let me see if we've got anything here that's... Okay, there's some of our previous... Wait, now that's going to be a whole lot later. Some thinner over here. Come on, there we go. Just gonna... A couple of drops of thinner right onto that. Remember, with the oils, you can dilute, or you can thin them. You can't dilute them. Not like acrylics, where if you take a white and you make that almost 90-some% water, you pretty much just have maybe a light gray at most. With the oil paints, you still have white. I mean, look, see how much lighter that is, even though that is mostly thinner. We'll do the same in this one here. So again, that's... You can see how much lighter that is on the other side. That is like 90-some% thinner. Doing that over here. Same deal. Look at that. Much lighter. And we could even go a little lighter than the... Oh, look at that. One shot. That's all it took. Each of these was just boom. One dot. Enough said. No more. That is it. But I think, okay, that does have a little bit more of a white in it there, and now we're going to do some. Oh, first, let me grab my blue here. Okay, there we are. The underside of two of these cowlings is a little wonky. I think now we got that settled better. So Bots the Beast has a little reference there onto as to why our Aztecing gets referred to as Aztecing. So is it a? So go check out the. And there's a world history link there too. So go check that out. So thanks, bots, and of course, bots. I hope that you're doing well on this fabulous Tuesday here. Appreciate you being here like always. Come on, there we go. Little lighter there. So lots of very small cut stones, usually in geometric shapes. Now, what did I do? Okay, yeah, we're gonna get that slightly darker there. I will need my. Is it this the one here? Let me try. No, not you. The one that we've been using here is our microfilbert. Where are you hiding? There you are. Well, we gotta get that lighter stuff out of there first. Nah, bot, and it works really well. There's an. I don't think I have that. Oh, this one does too. Yeah. So all of this. Oh yeah, that's it. There you go. All of that's. There's nothing there. That's mostly just a flat surface with no shape to it. All of that, the different colors and all of the different lines and everything. Yeah, all that. That is not part of the sculpt for sure. Now, I'll grab this and our Mars back. So we're just trying to basically create a little bit of a Van Dyke brown here. And look at this. Now this is almost a little bit of scorching here along these cowlings. There we go. Let's do the, okay. Oof, not quite that much of the thinner, but that might still work. Swing this around, and the same on the other side. Also, again, on the ventral. Come on, a little more. There we go. A little more on the top there. All right, and then maybe here some a little almost like chipping or something on the edge there, and then we got our little teensy raptors there. So bots, I think you saw the earlier phase of this, right, where it was literally just looking like streaks, and then we kind of build up a little bit of some different, almost like Lego blocks there, right, and then we'll go in with all of our panel lines, and we're just trying to get this all of this area, about to a similar place. And also the key thing is the variation in the color. Now this again has more of a greenishness to it. Gonna do me another one of those over here. And just the handy thing is, right, because the oils are gonna stay workable long enough for us to be. And again, here something doesn't quite go the way we want. We just take it and we literally just wipe it away. Doesn't get much easier than that. Now again, I think I might just here real quick, real quick, just gonna refresh that medicine here. It'll also give a minute or two for some of this to set some more. And as we, let's see, what are we at? 2 hours 50. As we start getting closer to hour 3, then we're gonna work in those darker lines, and then after hour 3, that's when we break the fast matte white out under the palette, and then that's when we're kind of doing our lightest highlights. See here, I can look at that. See, that's having more of an effect there than it would have before. I can still see there's a little bit of shininess there from our glazy stuff, but still much more workable here. So I hope that works out real well there, bots. Good luck with that. Okay, we don't want that over there. Back to the, yeah, it's more of a radiant violet type of thing. Yeah, see that just a little while ago, not even 25 minutes ago, I tried doing something over there, and all it did was pick up the glaze that was already sitting there. That was not helpful at all. No, not so much of a problem. Look at that. And of course, that is also mixing with what is already there. So, again, less time, way less time required. That's what we like. Less time saving, more better, or less time to paint, more better. Yeah, but it's a well, and we get Canada's like, well, fine. At least I don't get mentioned in this one right there. But we don't want to be hasty little hobbits, right? Don't be a hasty little hobbit, because you know what? That's what happens. That is what happens to hasty little hobbits. Is don't be hasty, and it can be hard to sometimes avoid that, right, bots? Because the oils they let you cruise things through things so fast. Sometimes you start going a million miles an hour with the oil paints, and that can allow a little bit of a verschmizzle to happen there. So again, that's the same stuff that we were doing up there, but we couldn't do that on that section because, well, there was way too much of the thinner active down there. It was not going to work well at all. Even in here, see, I could not have done this. That's a simple little bit of dry brush. That right there was impossible. Impossible would not have stuck there. Everybody check out that ship that Bots the Beast just posted. It's an Instagram link, so go look at that. Go check it out. So yeah, Bots, hopefully round two on that is successful, and you're able to kind of get what you were looking for as far as the feel of it and the look of it. That is getting to wander into the too light territory. Okay, there we, and again, see that is that's all kind of blending there. Now we have the option of using it this way, or look at that nice chisel brush there. So see, we can use, this is the whole thing of a filbert brush. Look at that. Now we're doing fine lines. Yeah, but ooh, and again, some of these gray, it's gray that has a color instead of that dead gray where literally just someone takes, I don't know, ivory black or something like that and mixes it with white. I mean, it's gray, but ooh, that's a very dead, we just call it a dead gray. This actually has a little bit of almost like a bluishness to it right here. So we're introducing yet another color into our grays. Wow, we're really able to do the dry brushy stuff now, and that's making these a whole lot much more softer. Yeah, but it is one of the rationales behind it. We're also looking for something different because a lot of our, as in all of our bases, tended to be more like again that was the kind of the same sort of. You can see you can recognize those same colors over and over again. We were trying to get them a little bit different going, a little different in some of those our bases here. I also have uh, a painting series on the Patreon page that essentially is Battlefleet Gothic ships, and the bases are like this one here. So yeah, bots, those are all painted up on stream. Also, I did, again, some videos on the Patreon page with both the Tau ships and the Necron ships. I think the Tau ships were in the eBay Rescue, and then the Necron ships, that's in painting small scale. So yeah, all those either streamed live or again somehow featured on a Patreon page. Yeah, but it's just like our regular miniatures, that base kind of can either tell a story or just set a theme for the figures, as opposed to just something that's just black. Or okay, you have the clear flying bases. Those are all right if you've got like a some kind of a space scape mat or whatever, and that's going to show through. Then you're that's okay. Otherwise, it's going to be really kind of boring almost. Here again, look at more of our variation there. Look at that. See that? It's not all just the same over and over again. There's a lot of variation in there. Value-wise, color-wise. Fine, we'll throw a little bit there. And now this. Could use a bit more light. So yeah, we try not to get the fast mat weight out there too early, because we don't want to be dipping into those really bright highlights too fast. If it's not out on the palette, the temptation is not there to fool around with it. Well, bots, that really sounds fantastic. That sounds really cool. Again, that video that's on the YouTube channel, you'll see, and we also did a video on the Patreon page, essentially painting a background to match this. We also did one for our 1/1800 scale regular ships there, our World War II ships. But again, this will show you what what the painted bases look like with the actual backdrop, doing the rotation scenes. Try to light you up a little. Oh yeah, let's get these a little bit lighter there. You know what? Let me try something for it. Maybe we'll use this as a blending. I gotta get the. There's too much of our cleaner in there. That's better. Also over here. And a lot of these edges here, that's all going to sharpen up. All going to sharpen once we do our darker stuff there. So bots, these are all 3D printed. All 13. Yeah, this is our 13th ship now. All 13 of our ships here. There are free files on Thingiverse. It's hard to believe it all began with just Galactica Actual. Yeah, that was the very first one that we tried printing out. So nope, these are free files, like I was saying on Thingiverse. They're not the easiest files to print out because they are free files. So they're not split into pieces or anything like that. You're gonna have to do all your own supports on them. And again, there's all kinds of lattice work like here and up here. None of that stuff printed out. I didn't expect it to, just again based on my previous experience with some of the other ships. I don't remember what the person's name is on Thingiverse, but again, they are all on Thingiverse and they're all free, and that's probably why there's not all the regular detail on them because well they're just free files. I think he pretty much made it clear that he wanted to have a whole bunch of Battlestar Galactica ships, so he just made a whole bunch of Galactica ships. Now this is kind of a mid-range gray here. Like so. Now, if who knows, maybe if Meshi becomes something that I get any kind of proficiency at, maybe we'll be able to expand on our Galactica ship collection. I would I would anticipate anything like that is a long ways away. I don't think that would happen anytime soon. Bots, that sounds really fun. It having made multiple baseball, football, hockey, basketball strategy games. I just wish if there was 3D printing back when I made those, it would have been very different. I never bothered with those because well there was really no way to produce anything that I wanted to for those games. So yeah, but it would have been really nifty to be able to because I was even trying to make baseball stadiums and such for the game, and I wanted to have obviously small miniatures for to represent the players because the positioning on defense was very important. But there was nothing like ZBrush or anything. Then there was no 3D printing miniatures, and of course, well, things like basing bits, all this stuff. Who knows? Maybe there comes a time where we're able to sculpt our own basing bits, which would be really handy because man, oh man, I certainly use a lot of them. So yeah, recoil. I think the whole Meshi experiment that will just have to wait till after Thanksgiving. There's way too much craziness this week because there's a whole bunch of stuff that I have to have ready for Thanksgiving itself, and none of that stuff has even been touched yet. In any case, it gives me even more time to try and make those orthographics. Hopefully, hopefully I'm not wasting my time on those and they don't work or whatever. That would be a little disappointing. Hmm. Let me now we maybe start to define some of these a little more. Because again, that paint is starting to set there, so I think we can do a little bit more. Now again, here's some our tanker ships there. I can only imagine that's just a bunch of Tillium refueling whatever's there. Ooh, never did get the No, that is too late. That is too late. Let me back away from that with this. Even that is kind of on the late-ish side there. So again, I shall return here. Now it's 2.5 hours in. We definitely got to do a little refresh on the medicine. And I do want to check out that print just to make sure there is no mischief going on with the rest of that print. Should be fine. Let's go check that out again. Don't go anywhere. We shall be right back. So that also gives me a chance to grab another one of these here. There we go. I think it is easier actually to paint these things when they're not stuck on one of the holders, which is ironic. That's not quite how you'd think that would go down. And I wonder now, I think I'm going to start grabbing some darks here so that we can start doing some of the darker part of our panel line construction here. Hey there, Irid. Great to see you back, and nice to see you there, Tatley. How you doing? Happy Tuesday. Cause yes, now it is it's Armada Tuesday now. There we are. So, well, I guess hopefully you'll be able to do some more bead work this Friday and Saturday on stream there, Irid. I'm sure that's the plan. Boy, we're going to be very busy on the Wampoville Sports Network because, oh my goodness, it's going to be a massive Friday and Thursday, Friday, Saturday of college football. Also, well, the NFL tries to step. It's almost like big acrylic trying to step in on our action here because there's a few big college games going to be happening on Friday, and then of course on Saturday for sure. There's the game. There's some monster games coming up this weekend. And of course, we cover all of that on the Wampoville Sports Network, where of course we report the news before it is news. And look at that, the Swampton still sitting on top of the standings in the APCC. That is the Atlantic Pacific Central Conference, 10,000 teams, zero academic standards. Everybody makes the playoffs. The portal is always open. You can change teams even during the game as long as you got yourself a helmet and a uniform. Now at halftime, the coaches can switch teams. That's what you call halftime adjustments. And if you think I'm joking, just ask anybody that is is an Ole Miss fan. Yeah, because I do believe their head coach is headed even further south, down to Louisiana, heading down to LSU. So Bots has a couple of posts up there. So yeah, Arid, obviously up there, Thanksgiving was just a little bit earlier. I wasn't quite sure, if there was anything you were gonna, again, because of relatives still being, speaking of further south, because of relatives further south, if you're gonna have to still kind of do a version of Thanksgiving stuff, at least. Look at that, see how that starts to develop there. Once again, here just trying to create some variation in our panels here. Lots of different looks to our panels. There we go, some more of it here. More there, and it all started to get with Galactica, where because of all the misprints that happened, because there was this weird like skin on there, and a lot of it just flaked away during or after printing. I was like, okay, well, we turned it into battle damage, and then some of the rest of it just essentially tried to hide by doing, well, a bunch of panel lines. And now we're back at it again here. And of course, if it's something we don't like, it's very easy to just take that brush, just wipe it all away, and then do it again. Whatever, no big deal. No one will ever know. Same here. Just using our same old liner brushes here. So again, if that's a little too jinky there, we can take any old kind of brush here and just look at that. All gone. It's like it was never there. If anything, it adds a little bit of extra flair to our pattern there. It's all better. There you go. Yeah, we'll turn that into one up here. That was a little heavier of a line than we wanted right there. We can always, again, come back, take some of it away, and it'll all be fine. It'll all be good. And just like our previous ship, we got a bunch of that to do up here as well. So that section's going to look real different. That's why we didn't do a whole bunch of shading up there because we want to see this stuff first. We want to see where this is. All right, and then start to shade the individual panels as opposed to doing a whole bunch of shading there and then trying to cut out panels from that. It's just a heck of a lot easier doing it this way. We've done enough of these now at what, ship number 13? Learned that lesson the hard way. Yeah, I learned that several ships ago. Don't bother doing a whole bunch of highlight stuff. Not that soon. Again, just trying to continue a whole bunch of our panel lineage here. Have one that goes across to there. And even then, we'll maybe pick out some more of these panels. Now that we've got stuff sort of drawn in here, maybe we pick out some more panels as we move along. We're still not even 3 hours in yet. Patience, patience. Do not be hasty, hobbitses. Come on, there we go. We're getting a couple more of our... Start working in some directs and these... Whatever some of these details are here. And then guess what? More panel lines here. More glorious panel lines. More better. And all of this stuff just automatically becomes maybe a little more interesting by virtue of some of these panel lines. And then again, we want these to look like some kind of landing bays here, so we're going to be doing some little special free hands there. Because, well, reasons. Yeah, so you can look at that versus this. That's just some flat shapes. Now that at least that looks like something is happening there. Or a little more panel lineage right there. This is thinned down, but like we say all the time, it's not thinned into a pinline wash. That was fine earlier on when, well, we wanted a pinline wash. Now, that is, we don't want pinline washes now. Again, a pin line wash is fantastic unless you don't want one. And that all of a sudden it becomes less fantastic. Nice to see you there, Baldy. Happy Tuesday. So great to see you there, Valdi. Yeah, I was hoping to tomorrow to post the Instagram links there of the fellowship, our new fellowship stuff. Sculpted again with Eldritch Foundry. Okay, let's get more of that working. I'm going to separate some of these. Don't need that dark right there. And of course, again, we've got, if you want to see all the ships together, this is the first place you'll be able to see them, because I had never seen them all together until I literally did the photography for that video right there. So again, that has all 13 ships, all 13 of them. That was a very fun video to create there, and there will be many more showcase videos like that for all of our stuff, for all of our Lord of the Rings armies that we'll be doing. Well, since we're clearly adding more Galactica-style ships, we'll have to do, guess what, more of those type of videos for Galactica ships even. So I think you can see we've got the little numbers right there. We'll do that over here too. Little teensy numbers. Like that. I'm going to try to break. We need to actually break this up into a few more piano lines, looks like. Something like that. And then this one is way too big. There we go. I'm trying to actually, well, let's see. Yeah, it's been, we did 2 sets of our World War II ships, so yeah, it's been a couple of weeks now since we last did our Galactica style ships. Have to get back into the swing of doing the panel lines on them. And again, that video right there, that is I just thought that would be a really fun way to be able to show all the ships instead of just okay, here's just a bunch of pictures, because it's very, very difficult. There's so much stuff now with all these different armies and fleets. There is no just, oh yeah, 10 pictures on Instagram should show the whole thing. It's like, no, 10 pictures on Instagram aren't going to show anything. Now I'm also going to have to, I can see him sticking my hands on that there. We're going to have to do a little bit of a repair work on our space gate down there. That's okay. There's a lot of this detail we need to do first anyways. And we typically do once it's time to break out, say, the fast matte white. That's when we also start to maybe do a little extra light type stuff on the base too, where we've got a little stars and everything. Nice to see you there, Sea Dragon. Happy Tuesday. Now it's almost that time, Sea Dragon. Hopefully you've got things at least mostly ready, if not all set for Thanksgiving there. I'm sure you'll have a fabulous, fabulous day. Of course, well, we won't be streaming until a lot of folks are kind of done with their Thanksgiving. So that's why we're trying to do all the happy Thanksgivings now. Because by the time we're streaming, Thanksgiving's mostly going to be over. And again, I hope everybody has a great time. Hopefully, if they've got to travel somewhere, not too many travel hassles. We'll just leave those for yeah. Let's not bother with those just yet. I am going to try to brush in some of those lines though. And some more stuff around some of those fuel. I can only imagine those are just some kind of fuel storage devices there. I'm going to try maybe doing something like that here. Let's do that same deal on this side maybe. No, not advised. We're just going to have to do it this way. We'll just do it that way. Again, back to the Payne's Gray. Get that mixed up into our Mars Black. Very appropriate. Here, let's get some of the Axis paint out of there. Just doing these lines. And now we'll move on to maybe more of our panel lines here. All the way up here again into this forward section. Yeah, that is something here. Let me just look at that. See, we're just gonna take that away, and we'll do something different there. There's a little too much paint piled up in that brush. Let me get rid of some of that. 1 second here. Let's see. So yep, Sea Dragon. Hopefully we'll be able to do it'll probably be a flat Thursday. I don't think it'll be an ornament or anything like that, but it will be a flat Thursday kind of day. And I already actually made we just call it cranberry sauce because it's cranberry sauce, but instead of say adding the regular amount of sugar, I just kind of halvesies on the sugar, and then the rest is blueberry pie filling, which creates a very, 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 very deep, almost like a burgundy purple kind of a coloration there on the cranberry sauce. Makes it a little bit smoother, a little less on the lumpy side. But yep, that is adding blueberry pie filling to the cranberries. Which, well, needless to say, it gives a little bit of sweetness there. But maybe minus the granular sugar. The only reason I started doing that is because they would just at my little store every so often they have things like pie filling, like a 2-for-1 kind of thing. So I'm like, okay, fine, I'll play. I just grab myself a couple of containers of blueberry pie filling, and well, there you go. We just add that. with cranberries. Back to the panel lines here. Get on this forward section, where otherwise there's just pretty much no texture at all. I'm gonna take some of that away there. Yeah, Sea Dragon. It's not quite Egyptian violet. It's actually, it's a little bit like a pearline crimson with some Egyptian violet in there. So it's not quite purple. It's also not quite red. And it works very well as essentially like a jam too, or it works also very nicely as a salo topping for ice cream. Because again, it's a bit more of a smoother finish to it. Now we're going to try to capture all of our essential edges up here. Whoops, that's not an essential edge there. And Kathy, she loved making cranberry sauce because she did not like any of the store-bought stuff at all. And then there was a point where I kind of had to make it because she wasn't able to. And well, the family and even folks around the neighborhood, they got kind of used to having that stuff around the holidays there, so I had to keep on making it. So that was a tradition that got started, and now I kind of have to keep doing that because people are just like, okay, do you have the cranberry sauce? All right, we're doing a little bit more of this now. Again, there. Work it up this way. Bit more here with our panel lines. But that really is very, very different with the panel lines there versus without. Again, trying to work out more of our panel lines up here. All right, we got that. Another panel line is going to cut this way. Some more of them through here. And remember our lightest lights. Those are still those are still yet to come. Oh, now it is almost hour 3. So yes, there are our really light stuff is not that far away. We're still trying to establish all of this though. We got a lot of this to do. I think this style of sculpt, this style ship here, just it has a lot more panel lines on it than some of the other. Well, there's more open space. I guess that's another thing. There's a way more open space on these between the engine cowlings and this front section here. And what's wild about these Sea Dragon, there's actually tiny little raptors here. So there's 2 raptors, and there's a couple little like tanker type ships there as well. So Voldy, on average, the streams are usually 4.5 to 5 hours long. It also depends on other things like, okay, do I have, what kind of post-stream stuff is there to do? Have to get another print going. Have to start setting up the next 2 videos to film. Let's get this in here. Well, also there's that minor thing called food. Yeah, that little minor thing, yeah, food, there's that too. Speaking of cranberry sauce. That's great there, Sea Dragon. I know that, I think they only did it the one time, Kathy's group of friends, they did sort of like a New Year's Eve party. I think they might have done a Christmas party too. But yeah, they did like a New Year's Eve party where they were, playing games, doing one-off whatevers, maybe watching movies or something. But yeah, it's going to be quite the weekend of college football. Some really, really, really critical games. And then, of course, again, your traditional big rivalry games. So, Voldy, everything we start on stream gets finished on stream. Unless the stream gets ended prematurely by, well, Twitch shuts down or something weird happens with the internet. Otherwise, everything painted on stream or started on stream gets finished in that stream. I think in 5.5 years of doing this, there's only been a couple of occasions where something didn't get finished, where there was either some kind of an emergency of some kind that came along, or whether it's just some kind of weird thing happened where the stream had to be ended early. Hey there, Plank Walker, how you doing? Great to see you. So, Plank Walker, I hope that you are doing really well. I'm actually going to change this around here. Let's change this to something darker. All right, I'm just going to grab this. Where's my... there is... No, actually, I like the idea of the Payne's Gray a little bit more here. Yeah, we're going to darken that down. Actually, it's just going to be closer to these. Let's do that. Super quick little change right there. That's good there, Plank Walker. Yeah, actually, I'm going to have to... again, that's the other thing I want to be doing after the stream is making me some food. Because never did get a chance to, well, I guess technically what most folks would call lunch, because supper for me tends to be at, well, around 4:45 or so in the morning, or 5, as the case might be. Let me do a little bit of this right here. Like so. So again, great to see you there, Plank Walker. Let me work this in here. Also, a little something on our tankers because that just got kind of covered up there by our new little dry brushy type stuff. And keeping that simple. Thursday stream, well, will still be Flat Thursday. I've got an Ericsson bus that is all primed and ready to go. That'll most likely be the Friday stream. No, I'm gonna roll with this. Let's take something like that. Let me see what happens with this here. Like that. Same deal on this side now. Trying to avoid getting extra thinner on this. Come on, a little bit. Try that line over there. Yeah, we're gonna have to go back over on that tanker anyways. No problem. And the latest tutorial video just went up on the Patreon page. That was this is again is another experiment in our painting flats here. Remember we were talking about trying the paint markers, so that was all done entirely with the paint markers. There was no paint, no hairy sticks or anything like that used on that video. So it's a very different kind of a vid. It was one of those experimental type of videos. I say it all the time. On the Patreon page, you're not just getting 800 versions of the same non-metallic metal tutorial or something like that. Constantly searching for different mediums, different tools, different ways of doing things. Yeah, things do not stay the same for very long. Actually, I might like the idea of doing these fuel things here. Maybe I'm gonna try this. Here, let me move you off to the side. We're gonna grab this. And might try doing something like, let me see how this works here. Now that is a bit of a glazy kind of a thing here. Again, to change the look of these, I'm just going to say fuel containers here. We're going to do that. Not looking to make them bright red or anything like that. Just again, almost just a little bit different than all of the gray. This is the one chip that kind of provides us the opportunity to do that. Not really too many other ships that are quite like this one. Back to our lighter red again. Do a little bit on our recognition stripe there. And like I said, we'll kind of restore a little bit of our stuff on the base. It's kind of getting contacted a bit here. Ah, thanks, bots. Appreciate that. Yeah, bots. I've been looking forward to that for a very, very, very long time. There was many, almost as well, technically, probably even more hours went into that than went into painting all of the ships. And there actually is another version of that song, and there's actually about 3 or 4 other ones. Because again, you're never just doing one version of anything with the generation stuff. So we'll have we're going to need more videos because we're going to be doing many more ships. We haven't, obviously we don't have any of the Cylon ships. We of course have all of the Battlestar Galactica flats. So yeah, there's going to be a ton of stuff coming up. You know, I'm going to get me a little bit of the yellow into that because the Raptors, almost a bit of a gold type of a color there. Yeah, but I learned a lot from the Denethor video because if you see in that playlist, also there is the Denethor video. And that one, I learned a whole lot about how to shoot the stuff a little bit better for the song. That was that for that Denethor video. That was kind of a little bit of a trial balloon there. I now have, well, let's see, we'll be doing the Gandalf video, the Galadriel video, an Eowyn video, and a Sauron video. So I'm kind of doing the individual ones mostly first. The first Lord of the Rings army one is going to be on Army of the Dead. And that one, oh man, that one's going to be very, very wild. Because essentially you're going to see my terrain animated. My terrain and the figures animated. That was that. Wasn't quite sure how in the world to do something like that. Now I know. And again, I posted the link to that. That is on the YouTube channel there. So yeah, we'll be posting. I got most things ready to go for the Gandalf video. I just basically have to do the photography for it, and that's it. Then we'll make that video too. Alright, you know, I'm actually going to hit some of these with a little bit of this kind of lighter, almost yellow type color here. Alright, so everybody check out, there's a Discord link, there you go. Check out that Discord link that Bots the Beast just shared. Go check that out. So yeah, Bots, I still have them. Actually, I made them out of pink foam core. Actually made three different baseball fields. There was one that was AstroTurf and one that was regular turf. Because, well, AstroTurf was different. They didn't really have the field turf the way they do now. Gonna go back to the darker stuff for around here. Like that. Alright, we gotta get the rest of our panel lineage going here. And then again, it is, well, we're 3 hours, 13 minutes. Again, that's what we can start bringing in our really, really heavy-duty highlights here. And there's definitely a lot of places we can utilize those. Hey there, Inganis, how you doing? Everybody please give Inganis a follow. Inganis, if you haven't already, please go ahead and share your fabulous oil painted stuff in the chat there. So great to see you there, Inganis. I'm going to take... There you are. There we go. Alright, it is time to snag that fast matte white here. Let's grab that. And boy, using the RuPaul Rubens alkyd white instead of always using our fast matte white. That's really saved on our fast matte white. Take some of that and just bring it down over here. A little easier to get to. You can also break it down, thin this a little. And now we could start thinking about some lights on, especially on these weapon mounts here. Those will stand out a whole lot more. And also, I think on these here, we're going to try to get some light on those. More of that light here. And then on our little tanker type ships down here, let me move it over this way maybe. Try to lighten you up some there. Catch some edges on this now. There we are. Back to these things. Is nice. There we go. And like we said, we've been waiting and waiting and waiting to get to kind of this phase here. No need to rush it. No need to be a hasty hobbit. Yep, same thing over here again. This is all looks a whole bunch of fuel stuff right here. So it's either a kind of a repair, supply ship type of thing. I mean, pretty much every task force has something like this. Otherwise, they're not staying out there at sea or a deployment or whatever for very long without it. Try to get some of the light really along the edges here. That might have been too much. I'll go backwards here. Let's try this again. I think that is more like what I wanted to begin with. And then we got all this stuff down here. We got lots of stuff going on here. And we're only a little bit after hour number 3. Let's get all of these weathers. This is the most, that's why I was really looking forward to this ship, because there was no other ship that had anything like this on the Superstruck. I mean, there was a bunch with a whole, a lot of weapon mounts and stuff. Whether they were missile launcher type things, whatever, some kind of a gun battery. This is the only one that's had actual, like, ships and fuel tanks sitting there. And the other thing that you're seeing too on that video is some of the ships, the ones that kind of look like real ships. Well, those are my painted ships that I went in and tried to make them look as realistic as possible. Actually, then have them orbiting a planet and then animated those. I know Galactica, if you see the very start of it, you'll see Galactica, and it looks right about like that. Well, that is this actual ship, and it's actually rotating around a planet. That is a photograph of this ship. And I wonder, oh yeah, and then there's this one too. This is another one. I think we took this ship, and again, we made this one look like a real ship with a planet underneath it and everything. Eventually, I want to do that with all of my ships. I think those will just be part of the Instagram posts, actually. Because that would be super fun. Who knows, there might come a time where we do little micro videos just on individual ships, where we get to see maybe more multi-views, and then the rotating view. And again, that background that you see in the rotating views, that was one of my tutorial videos on the Patreon page. I did 2 painted backdrops, one for the BSG ships and then one for our 1/1800 scale World War II ships. And I've actually, if you look at the Instagram post, let's see, that was our Warlord Games ships. Well, guess what? Those are sitting on that backdrop. I mean, I had to make that backdrop anyway, and I just thought, well, let's make a Patreon video out of it. I need to do it, but other people might be interested to see how that was made, so guess what? We made a tutorial out of it. Like I said, these tutorial vids, they're not kind of like the ones that you just see from everybody else over and over again. Because I think there's plenty of... I have myself tons of OSL, non-metallic metal, true metallic metal, all those kind of vids. That's why I try to focus on other things that nobody else has done, or probably ever will do. So now, yeah, you can see that we're doing this lighter stuff. We're starting to see more and more and more shape develop here. We get the leading edge of our ship here. We got to do more with that. These guys here, we need to get a little more stuff on this. We're a little shy on some shape there. Yeah, this over here too. Down into all of this stuff here. We don't have much detail type stuff on all this. Let's start to work into those. Okay. Same thing here. All right, there. Never did do the end of this. Or this over here. Finally, all of the lighter stuff, or the darker glaze stuff is set there, so I can do this lighter stuff now. I've been waiting a little while to do that. And now all of this stuff back here, a little more definition, some lights inbound here. Not too much, of course. not quite sure. That's again another kind of a landing bay inside there. It could be. It could be. Take this and let's do some stuff on the a little more activity here on this ventral side. We haven't done too much in a while on that. We did some of the darker stuff, did some panel lineage, but we're gonna do a couple other little details like that maybe. I must have been, maybe I think my hand is bumping up against that little section right there. So some of these things, like even our base, there's some stuff I'll be doing at the very, 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 very end, as in like the end, to avoid the risk of me just, well, sticking my paw right into that again, and just having to do the same area a bazillion times. When we're doing our army painting series, one advantage there is that, well, everything is dry in between episodes. And, oh, actually, that's right. We'll be filming, I think it's episode 3 of our series 48. Yeah, series 48 on the Warg Riders. With all the flamey stuff on the bases, so tons of source lighting there. The whole point of that series was to show how to use object source lighting on an army to actually save time, which object source lighting on your army does save time. It takes way less time. Just like our fellowship, the reason we could paint those 10 very different figures in just 2 streams is because of the source lighting. Not in spite of, but because of. Why is that? Because a big portion of all the figs were just orange, or shades thereof. Therefore, less time. You're not fooling around with having to shade greens and blues and other stuff. It's like, well, it's orange. Is it lit by the fire? Yes, it's orange. There is no, well, it says red tunic and or the blue tunic, whatever. No, it's orange. Our done lending army, same way. All the flaming Rohan bases and all the casualties and such. Way less time because 1/3 to half of the figure was just shades of orange. Yeah, let's do a little bit more of that here. Let me try to catch a few more little glints of stuff on these. No, not there. Let me see if I can get something that almost looks a little bit like numbers or whatever on the tanks here. A little something there. Also, probably need to get some light on that. There. I think, yeah, this is the one that got snapped off when I was trying to stick this thing onto the base. And of course, as you can see, the green stuff that we added in with the glue is held this on the base pretty well. We put quite a bit of stress on that little joint there where those came together. And no problems so far. Let me use that once again as kind of a micro blending brush. Also going to try to pick out now a few much lighter panels. It's about that time. I mean, we've been at this a while. Was we 3.5 hours in now? We can start to think about some lighter panels. Maybe not too light here. Let's go back to the radiant violet here. Make some of those a little lighter. Even along this here again, just a couple of these lighter. No rhyme nor reason to it, just making them lighter. Like you do there, just picking out some of those panels. Ironically enough, some of these, the ones that we're making really light here, they're ones where all I did was just take one large area and cut it up into smaller ones. Not necessarily taking one that already is lighter and just making it that much more light. No, we're kind of doing something different there. So again, now we've got even more panel action that's starting to happen there on the engine cowlings. I think I'm going to do that up here on one of these. And maybe this back here. And then one down there. Now let's start doing that up here, I think, on this, again, on our forward section. Yep, see, like here, we're just going to make that whole panel just lighter. Pull that down. Again, maybe lighter up in this corner. They can also just kind of help define some of our shapes. You know, in here I'm not going to do the panel lines. Keep that different. Use this as a bit of a blending brush here. Smooth that out. There we go. Just again, here's another one up here. We're just going to lighten that up. Another lighter mini panel right there. Now, of course, but let's say this is for a painting contest, something like that, whatever. Well, maybe you spend much more time on it. You want to spend 10, 20 hours on it from here. Well, you're going to be able to do a lot of nifty stuff because you already have a lot of stuff on here just to start with. So maybe you won't have to work quite so hard to get those, you know, those final really fancy effects that you want, whether that is freehand or source lighting, or just the whole blend thing where everybody wants to blend super smooth. You want to do that. Well, guess what? You got more time now to do that because all of the structure's in place. You can add to it all you want. Now here, some of this has to be lighter around these tanks here. That's where our darker glaze really was just kind of sitting there, so we're going to try to lighten up some of the areas around this here. And then maybe a little lighter than that. You know what? Here, let me do an awful lot with the violet. Let's wander on over here to this radiant green. Let's not forget about this. Some of that for a few extra Not super light panels, but lighter panels. And then we'll do some of that back in here again where we've got the fuel sitting over here. And lighter in there. Also over there, down here. Come on, there we are. Just like we did on the other side, we're going to try to lighten up this in here. And again, now it also has a different, little bit of a tone here. This has more of a greenish tone to it. Whereas a lot of the stuff we were doing in that immediate area was a bit more of a violet. Try and just take that brush and just go right along here again. That's some of our green. It is not our lightest light. It's sort of light, but not the lightest light we can put out there for sure. Again, there's more of our green working its way onto the back of that ship there. Maybe some of it in here as well, towards the stern. Lighten you up a bit more. No, let's grab this. Start breaking some of that down. A little bit of what we've lately been calling our radiant cobalt there. In you go. And then sort of a mid-range gray along here. It can't all just be our darker glaze down in there. We had a little something. And again, this is providing a little hint of color. It's just got a little bit of bluishness to it. One more color in addition to all the violet and the greens. But when people look at it, it's just going to register as gray. And, well, speaking of painting contests, right, you want something to look kind of nifty and different. Well, that is one way to do it, is have all these little subtle color changes, color surprises, whatever you want to call them. We're doing the same thing out here. We're getting some of this blue and some of our panels out there. Do that over here. So that's not really a value change at all. What we're doing there is just again working in some of our color. Yep, more blue in there. Just kind of a bluish gray. And in some cases, I'm kind of maybe simplifying a few panels at the same time. Now over here on this, let's try. I don't want that to just be almost black. I need a little, some kind of color in there. And why not have this same bluish gray work its way into there. Now, let's get some of our lighter panel sections over here. We haven't done that on this side yet. Did it on the port side. Yeah, down here. Let's get a couple of them rolling closer towards the bow there. here. This way. And that raptor, I might come back and maybe throw a few darks on that too. Yeah, I might do that. More not like as shadows or something, but just something to solidify a few edges. Oh, actually, here's something we could do. We'll have uh, we'll have it with a light on or something like that. So let's spread this light out here. That could be interesting to see. I mean, it is a scout ship after all, so there we are. So a little projecting a little bit of a light there or something like that, maybe. Maybe even have it. That's too much. I'll just redo that number. A lot easier just to do this and then work around it. So there's that. Now we'll just try to do this again. But maybe only the bottom portion of it here. See, and the rest of it is kind of eclipsed out by the light there. Alright, we got that now. Extra bit of light there. Something there with some light there. And yeah, let's get some of that now. Let's try more of this blue-ish gray around these areas. This was, for whatever reason, our darker glaze that really collected in there. Man, it took a little bit longer to set back there than it did in some of our other spots. Can finally get in there now. There was a few times I tried to work in some lighter stuff in there, and it was just like, nope, that is, so we just have to wait. That is still too active. That zone is too hot. Gotta wait for it to cool down. I might even throw a little bit of that onto, well, whatever those are. I'm not sure what that. I don't even know if the guy who sculpted them really knows. And on the Thingiverse page, he does kind of talk about, and not for every single one, but he does talk a little bit about each ship and kind of what it was he wanted it to be. Again, it's not super extensive, and not every single ship has that, but a bunch of them do. You know, I'm going to get rid of that red right in there. Yeah, I think that was a good plan. So yeah, we got greens, violets, blues. It's all very subtle, though none of it is kind of like punch you in the face, like, whoa, look at that blue or whatever. Not quite like that. thanks, Camda. Appreciate that. And thanks for spotting these, Camda. It's been really, really huge, and well, I will try to print out those other ones that I found. Well, actually, I don't even know if I got those. Those were on, I think some were on Colts 3D, actually. I don't even know what machine they're on. Once they made those changes to Chitubox, all of a sudden, instead of being able to do Chitubox stuff on two machines, I kind of was, well, stuck only being able to do it on one again. All right, back to our lighter stuff here again, our latest stuff. Okay, there we go. So again, that's kind of like that little raptor right there. See, he's projecting a little bit of light there now. I think that's at least twice this stream, right, Camda? That is at least twice the stream. Well, wish me luck with Meshi there as we try to create a printable version of him. Trying to get a little bit more of a light. There we go. Now, have a good night there, Erid. Appreciate you being here. Of course, we will see you on Thursday like usual. And Erid, why don't you post your Pinterest link there one more time before you head on off to sleep. So thanks again, and have yourself a fabulous Thursday. And of course, well, hopefully we see you, well, late Thursday. Be working a little bit more of our light there. Not going to have both Raptors with lights on. I'll just do that one on the other side. Going back to my bluish gray down here. So everybody check out that Pinterest link that Erid just shared, and everybody please give Erid Camwave a follow. I guess we'll do a little something on this. There's really not much point to it because I just keep bashing into. As you can see, the dorsal or the ventral side of this, I definitely keep running into that with my fingers there. Look at this. All of that has been wiped away by my fingers. So there's no point in doing anything there yet. And then again, we're going to do some more stuff on our base here too. We've got a couple of areas where things got verschmizzled. Yeah, even our star over there got kind of hit. That's okay. I'm not exactly worried about it, because guess what? We can come back and fix all that stuff. We still haven't actually reached the 4-hour mark yet. Okay, we got that. Maybe a little bit of mid-tone in between all of those areas. Again, there was some more of those kind of lattice work things there, and again, these things too, because it kind of, again, for ships to kind of connect to refuel, obviously, but those kind of got wiped out in the printing process. Again, not a huge surprise with this. Alright, now we're going to try to get maybe some lighter stuff on the top of the, I'm just going to say must be fuel tanks of some kind. Making that lighter. And all that's all mixing the same thing. I can see the difference now straight away between these and the ones on the starboard side. Uh, I don't know just how possible it would be to do like streaks and chipping on these things. That might be a little too much in too small of an area. Might be a little too much stuff going on there. Get rid of some of that here. Alrighty, yeah, and maybe a touch lighter. Maybe even go a little bit more towards the yellow there. Let me see what happens with that. There's the Naples yellow too. Come on, there we are. We're getting some of that. Here too. Get rid of as much of that orange as I can. Let me take some of my fast matte. We'll mix it with our hints of yellow. Now we got a real lemon yellow type of a color happening there. Because those were just looking like a couple of light dots sitting on the top of these things. Now they're not quite just little white dots there. Also trying to get a little of that same yellow over here just to lighten this up. Also give a slight change to the color there. These I might try to make those stand out a little bit more, and then this stuff here, I think we're going to try to lighten that up too. Unless we're better off leaving that darker, I don't know. Fine, I'm still going to try to lighten this up a little more on this side. We got to do a little something over here. Hopefully you can see that. Looks like it. Yeah, with something like this that is kind of this long and also on a flying base too, it can be a little bit mischievous trying to make sure that it stays in view for you. Basically moving my magnifier light constantly to the right and to the left so that basically the ship can kind of stay in the same spot on camera. That yeah, we'll clean all that up with our darker stuff. We'll do that. We have reached the end of what we can do back on this end with the light stuff. We gotta start working back the other way here. So some pansy gray and some of our black here as we welcome in Art of Mike Disney. How you doing there, Art of Mike Disney? Great to see you. All of a sudden, well, I'm not really hearing too much sound-wise here. One second. Not sure what is going on. Not sure what's happening here. Let's go back to my main scene. Hey there, Mike Disney. How you doing? Let me just see why we don't have any sound here. So hopefully people can hear me. I think so. I can't hear myself, and no idea why. So yeah, not sure what is happening here. I'll just try to get that back in there. I'll see you in a bit there, Mike. We are painting our 1800 scale ships. We're painting more of our fabulous Battlestar Galactica ships. Uh, we're almost 4 hours in now, nearly 4 hours in. We're kind of putting in a lot of the details there. So we'll be coming back to our base and we'll be doing some cleanup stuff on that. You can see this was one of the more recent ships that we did. You can see they're kind of almost the same sort of class of ship. This is sort of like a refueling, resupply type ship right here. That's good, Cam. Yeah, for whatever reason, I have no sound here. So when I did my sound effect, I heard absolutely nothing. Nope, actually, this is more like think of it as more like a tanker. So it's not an aircraft carrier. That would be things like, well, Battlestar Galactica. So this is more of an aircraft carrier right here. This is more of it's not a civilian ship, but think of it again as a supply type ship. So let me do this and let me see if I hear anything here. So we're just gonna do our.
So say we all.
Okay, I don't know what was going on there. I just got no raid sound. Now, of course, who knows? Maybe that sound is not operational. I can't do a test on raid sounds. I'm pretty sure it worked earlier with Teals, right? So yeah, this is not an aircraft carrier. This again is more of a fleet recovery or supply and repair ship. And pretty much every kind of carrier task force usually has something like that. Yeah, so there was one ship, and I think I tried to print it out, or I never got a chance to print it out, Cam. It was the Raptor tender. So essentially, see that tiny little ship right there, and those are Raptors. And obviously, it was something that was maybe again part of a big scout ship type of a thing, whatever. So it would be a Pegasus, Galactica. Those are more like, well, they technically kind of call them battle carriers, which ships like Issei, they kind of called these also battle carriers. They said they were a failed experiment. They were not enough of each one, basically. Yeah, so at least because I didn't really notice again, Cam, I didn't notice the Raptors there until I was painting it, and I was even painting it for a while. I didn't notice what these things were, and then I'm looking at them going, I think those are they're a little bit like that ship that remember, oh gosh, was it the third season or something like that, or was it the fourth? It might have been the fourth season actually. Let me do this right up in here. There we go. And that. More darks here. So Camden, I don't know, could you hear the who enters my domain sound when Mike did that raid? Because the only reason I knew there was a raid is because I could see that there was folks coming in, or I just saw it up in the chat there. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known. So yeah, I just unfortunately, one by one, it just keeps taking away our sounds. I could swear we heard it. We heard it with teals, right? I seem to remember hearing the sound with teals, so maybe there was just something weird on that occasion. Man, I thought somehow my microphone maybe got unplugged or something. I don't know. Weirder things have certainly happened. Maybe gonna try to clean up a little more on those. Let me go back to this bluish gray once again here for this. Oh, we did it on the side, didn't do it on the upper surface here yet. Keep trying this. So now we are at hour number 4 here. I might do a well here. Let me try doing it this way. Maybe this way will work. Here, let's try getting some of our yellows restored here on the base. Start breaking this down again. A little bit of an orange in there. A little more. Yeah, there we are. I mean, it's not going to take a whole bunch to bring back a little bit of our light there. There's a piece of fuzz or something in the brush, trying to get rid of that. Might use you as a little micro blending brush here. Okay, well, we got that star right there. Maybe we try to lighten this up some more. Like you do. And here, let me. Where's there? There it is. Let's get all the darker stuff out of there. We still have our fast matte white sitting up here. And I'm going to just try to. Here you can see it. We are going to get those repaired a little bit there. Maybe expand that out a little bit more to our blending brush here. Nope, that's going to have some green on it. Now we'll just use a different one here. There. Now we'll try this again. With our fast matte white. Some of our lightest yellow here maybe. Maybe even a little later. And then over here, some other just regular stars. Besides our spatter star Galactica. More of that light spreading that around on these. tanks up here. No, 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 it's too late. Bringing that back into this grid. Keep going on these. So yeah, these changed pretty dramatically in color from what I was originally intended to do on them. And again, we got our little teensy tiny raptor over there. And maybe we can zoom in on this one more time. And now you can see our teensy little raptor with that light on. Oh, of course, now we got some paint sitting on there. That wasn't what we were looking for. We'll just get rid of that. More of our light up here on the top of these tanks. I think maybe on these guys here, we need to get some more of our light stuff there. Let's try that. Define these missile launchers here. And there are a bunch of them. And again, the other ship that's kind of similar to this. So again, the Artemis class, that was more of a missile launcher type ship. And then this one is sort of again, more of a maintenance fuel type ship, that sort of thing. Maintenance fuel resupply. I don't think it had like a specific class or name or anything like that to it, but I'll try to find out. Now look at these. I never did do the mid-range gray on the sides of these pods. Let's do that now. I took it. I didn't even do all of these just yet. Okay, now we got those. Get the missiles in there. More the edge of our hole right there. I got a little bit soft. So again, on Thursday, we will be doing one of our flats, most likely actually at least one, maybe two of our Lord of the Rings themed flats. Who knows? Maybe the Friday stream is our first ornament of the season. Because I do have and I even, well, that was at least, that was one of the Christmas decoration things I did find. The other stuff, again, that it was in the same place for a very long time, then got moved as I was trying to do some storage stuff, and now don't know where that is, but at least I know where my where the ornaments are for painting. All right, let's get this here. Well, technically, we do have flat ornaments. So, I mean, I guess if all else fails, that is flat and that is an ornament. So who knows? We might just be painting a portrait or a landscape of Middle Earth or something on one of those. I know we did. Obviously, we did a Hobbit ornament for sure. We've done that a couple of times. That ornament. I know we did an Argonaut. Pretty sure we did. Yeah, we did a Minas Tirith one. Might have even done a Rivendell one. And there. Might. I was tempted to do another lighter panel out here. Maybe we'll just do a little something on that. That would be too late. Then I'm going to go back to my violet radiant type things over here. Let's break those down. Lighten that a smidge. We'll do the same on this other side, I think. Right along these. There we go. Let's deal with that. Again, that's kind of a grayish blue there. That's our fabulous, this we're just calling it Radiant Cobalt. And I think now it might just be time to get some of our lightest light over here. I think I had some there. Probably wiped it away with my hand a couple of times now. We're getting there. And done. And there. This needs also some panel lines too. After we do this lighter stuff here, I want to try to bring in some panel lines. Yeah. Take this. Extend some of these. Also, I'm going to maybe darken a couple of those. Now maybe try to find something later up here for a panel. Another one there. Okay, I think, yeah, that's a little bit right there. And actually this, we're going to change that back to a kind of more of a mid-range where it's getting a little bit too dark right there. Take that off of a darker tone as well. I'm going to try to lighten up this here. And again, I wasn't doing not doing the panel lines in here, so we're just going to chuck that in there. We'll yeah, take this that we can hopefully use as a very tiny blending brush. Boom, like that. Spin this around, and same deal on the other side. Now there, it almost don't even need the blending brush. That kind of blended itself there nicely. No, I don't want to do too much more of the light in there. Let me try to lighten up that panel, and then maybe this one here. Like you do, and this over here. Yep. this up here. Maybe that way a little too light. I'm just gonna take all this stuff out here and then try to reconstitute our lines there. This got a little wonky. Let us clean those up. Take it across here, down there. All right, yeah. So some of these lines that went a little astray. Now they're definitely looking as they should. I need at least a little bit of my, yeah, let's use this gray here. All of a sudden that got really dark there. I think I probably expected some of that darker color to just get wiped away. It never really did. Alright, I think we wanted that. Now maybe some of our latest light, which is kind of used up an awful lot of that. Of our fast matte white there. So again, lots of small little individual panels there. Back, yeah, I will try some of that in here too. I think that also, yeah. I'm just going back to my reference super quick here. There we are. Now let me. Wow, that radiant green that gets kind of gummy right there, Camden. If we don't have our thinners sitting on top of that just to kind of break it down, man, that is just crazy. So I'm trying to work into here. We have a lot of the violet up here and trying to get some of this. It's light, but it's not a highlight type of greenish color. Look at that right next to the red there. And I'm going to try to work some of that back into here too. Also on the engine hod here. Too much paint sitting on that brush. Let's take some of that away. So that panel over there, it's not just lighter, it's actually got like a greenish coloration to it. Put that same green up here, and then there was, yeah, oh, that's right, that's when the raid came out. I was just about to start doing some of the darks on here, and then there was all the confusion of the raid that had no sound, the silent raid. Now maybe we can do this. Yeah, just a bunch of these edges got kind of torched a little bit with the lighter dry brush stuff. And then there is this up here. Let me see if I can get this all along that. There we go. Right in there. It's another Yeah, and we can tone that down. So yeah, stealth raid. Cam does stealth raid. It's potentially more shenanigans by big acrylic or something going on there. Try some. Yeah, here, let's. Again, this is still working with this lighter green, which is not super, super light. It's just, since it is a radiant green, it kind of shows out a little bit more than other things that are a similar value. Again, that's more of a color contrast as opposed to a value contrast. Oh, yeah, actually, Armored Wolf. That sorry if I missed your question there. Yeah, it's funny you should mention that because I actually have to. I was gonna try to order some of my whatever the sugar-free stuff is because I think I've got like 2 cans of that left. So yeah, you just reminded me. I gotta. Well, let's see. I don't know if I can do an order for that. It might not be right. Depends when it's gonna get here. If it would, if I order that tonight and it'll get here, well, on Wednesday, that's one thing. But yeah, I want to make sure that's not sitting out there because a whole case of sodas when it's well maybe 30 degrees. Gee, I wonder what might happen, Armored Wolf. So yeah, I better be careful when I order that because I might have 4 cans of the Viking berry left, and then again like maybe 2 cans of the other stuff that I found that has no sugar in it. Me, yeah, fine. We'll throw a little bit of this lighter in there too. Was it initially going to? Yeah, kind of need that. Ooh, yeah. Here's a little bit of something that needs a cleanup over there. Let me try to. Okay, what was the one that got really nuked? Oh yeah, that was this side over here. Got just really torched. Here, let's start working on some of our stuff on the ventral side like this. And not a bad idea to do some green because, well, or this kind of greenish color, because what's down here, kind of that turquoise, right? And those panel lines, those are not there. We just painted those in. Yeah, those do not exist. Yeah, Armored Wolf, they do have it on Amazon. Uh, Actually, that's the other reason why I want to get some, because I think a lot of it, well, gee whiz, Black Friday, right? So I think there is a bunch of the uh, whatchamacallit stuff there. Monster Drink, I think there's a lot of those that are Black Friday eligible type sales there. Now, here, let's do this. Oh, gee whiz, oh, there's a bunch of the missile pods up here, so we better do a little something on those. After the stream, well, it's that, how in Illinois, everybody's health insurance is basically you have to redo everything. Well, that is something I have to try and do after the stream, and that's, well, we'll see how things go with that. I'm just going to do this with the later set, then we'll just come back with the dark. It's easier to do it that way. That's why a lot of things are kind of on hold until we find out what's going on with that. I will try this again with the lighter stuff here. Just trying to tighten up some of those on. Now back to our greenish stuff over here. There. Maybe a little bit of it on that edge too. Ah, yeah, this one definitely needs to be cleaned up there. And that whole bunch of this definitely going to get cleaned. And let me start up with this bluish gray here. Then some of the greenish gray to bring out maybe a few other sort of lighter panels. And again, you really don't see any of this. I think I can maybe start to think about doing whatever these are a little lighter now. Switch this around. We gotta do the same over here on this side. So I got a lot of this stuff. I just had to pretty much wait until the very end to mess around with some of this. Yeah, there was no reason to even try to fool around with some of this stuff before. Okay. And oh yeah, that needs to be lighter too. And a little bit of that down here again. We got some of these, more of these missile pods over here. Oh, they're the ones on the. Oh, they're only on this side. There is some interesting kind of asymmetry to this ship, more so than pretty much all the other ships. This one has asymmetry to it. I don't know if that was a on purpose sort of thing or an accident sort of thing. That might have been getting too light there. Ah, there it is. And more of our green here. And right to this edge. That's as far as I need that to go. There. Right. That green is a little too light. I'm gonna just take some of that away. I'm just gonna put a little something over the top of it. That was even more intense than I thought it was. So now, what is it? 4.5 hours in. I'm actually, you know what? I'm just gonna get me a little bit more of my fast mat white out here, just a teensy little bit. that when I was filming the ships to do the rotating shots, I was once again reminded of just how gigantic that Cobalt class assault ship was. That thing was ginormous. Push this way and now get some of the light on the side here, since hopefully we are less likely to be bumping into that with my hand. Couple of those, and now just like we were doing on the other side, I'll lighten that up a little. Come on, there we go. Maybe the this never got light. The other side did. That side we didn't really lighten up here. And of course, now Canada that we painted, well, 13 of these ships here, it does sort of get to be a little bit easier to identify. Okay, that's what this is supposed to be from one design to the next, or whether it's a common type thing, or if it's like, what the heck is this? Like these things. I had never seen those on any of the other designs. Now, I don't think I'll be sticking my hands on this too much either. So it is time to get our lightest stuff on the engine cowlings here. You can kind of see where my hands have taken away some of the paint here. Now I'm going to see if I can also get some of that lightest light all the way down into there. Think we're good to go on this lower one there. Yeah, we're good to go on that. Okay, I think we got those pretty well set now. So we got some glowy stuff happening there. Restore the edges there that I just can't keep mashing into with my hand apparently. I try to do a couple little lighter panels there. Also over here. Like that. Alright, let me get the light back into there. A little more there, not too much though. That should be in shadow. There's something that almost kind of seems like it's a fuel line here or something. It is hard to tell, but we're gonna roll right along with that thing and see what we can do with it here. I mean, it goes to these tanks over there, so I can only guess that's what it might be. And we'll have that move all the way up to there. Okay. Wonder. Get this lighter too. looking at my other ship. Do I? I think we got our the scorching stuff pretty well set on that. I don't think we need to fool around with that anymore. A couple more lights down in here. Edges of these. Yeah, not sure what those are. Now I think I'll probably have to. Yep, I gotta do that on the other side. If I do it on this side, better do it over here. Liner brush makes that super handy because the bristles on it. Again, it's all of our brushes here. No stables, right? They're all just synthetic brushes because it has those stiffer bristles on it. We can do this freehand line in any direction. And after that, the crazy experiment doing the thing with the markers, this feels so much more at home. Yep, Candid, that is because I tried using other brushes that are just smushier for the freehand, and it becomes a major hassle, especially when you got kind of tight angles that you're trying to work with here, right? Because of the way the miniature is or whatever, and you're just trying to get that stupid brush in there. Yeah, this experiment with the markers here made me realize just how much easier it is to do all that with a brush. Because again, there was zero wet blending that was going to be happening with those markers. I was able one time, it was in a large area, I basically just made the whole thing black and then immediately grabbed a lighter color marker and then put that stuff in there, which it did blend. Yeah, Camden, the other problem is I only had 90 minutes. Now, if I had 4.5 hours, even with the markers, that would look spiffier. Because obviously, even this looks much different after 4.5 hours than it did, say, 2.5 hours ago. Well, no, or 3 hours ago, I should say. Sorry. So yeah, there wasn't a whole lot of time to spend on that. There was a lot of time spent kind of looking at the markers themselves, and somewhere I have the crazy color swatch thing. Yeah, that was a very weird way of doing color swatches. There was just grabbing a marker, and of course, even after getting that caddy, I essentially had a giant pile of markers out here, or acrylic paint pens, whatever they call them. I don't even know what the heck they call them. I have no idea. I do know that I need to get the darks on the ends of these guys, which I put there a couple of times and then wiped it away. Oh, hey Camden, why don't you share your Pinterest? Sorry, that's Arid. Why don't you share your Insta link one more time there? So Camden, it's pretty darn close to you be getting back to streaming again. Now I don't know, not necessarily December 1st, but hopefully in December you'll be able to start streaming again. And again, thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page and the YouTube channels. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Camda just posted. That better, yeah. That is, yeah, that got a little bit wonky there. Okay. Yeah, that's I was just gonna say, can doing both of those at the same time could be very enlightening. Yes, that's very, very enlightening, so to speak. Now on the ends of again, I'm just guessing these are some kind of these are either gun bay or maybe they're more docking port. Maybe they're fuel docking ports. I don't know. That I wouldn't be surprised if maybe that's actually what they were instead. More of this right here. So Cam, as I was trying to hunt down actually other files, I ran across the game body version of the Babylon 5 station. Now, of course, I have a much better chance of being able to print it out, and I swear somewhere I've got the game body version of Battlestar Galactica, which means it would be like 100 parts or something, and obviously much more accurate to the Galactica. So, yeah, we'll have to see if I can find that again. And files have been spread out over so many machines now because machines keep dying. I was glad though, Cam did that at least, and I think there was another update, yeah, on that machine again, and Photoshop still works. Now, hopefully, other things work on there that they said, well, now you have to have Windows 11 to use this. Neat. Yeah, I'm gonna make that a little bit lighter right there. Okay. And these guys again, that's pretty much as light as we can go. I did get the darks in there in between, so I think we're pretty solid on those guys. Now, what is happening with this? We need a little something there. Might even try to spread this light a little further here. Like that. Yeah, that's a little teensy raptor right there. Little teeny tiny raptor. I was thinking it was just like a chunk of resin or something. I thought it was like a misprint or whatever. Didn't think it was an actual raptor. Alright, that's again, want that to be in a little bit of shadow there. Yeah, there's a lot of nifty combos, right? Like our fluorescence and our radiant colors, water and electricity are less spectacular of a combo, aren't they? Funny how that works. Yeah, I'm pretty. Yeah, I bet you any money I kind of wiped away. I did predict that. Yeah, some of that stuff got wiped away. To our light there and also there. Now back to these things here. That's too much of an outline. Fortunately, we can just mix all that. Lines again. Yeah, well, we had a little bit more going on with these guys than we did on that other side. Same here, and then a little more light on the other side. I might here. Let me see. Let me see if we just go a little later with those lines. Maybe that's just gonna be good enough. Yeah, I think so. Gonna take some of no. Let me there we go. Maybe this almost will be a little bit like some weather here. We're gonna take some of our we're gonna respect the umbar here. And we're gonna try to it's almost gonna be like a little bit of staining on these fuel things here, fuel tanks. At least on these pipes or whatever those are. Also a bit on the back of that too. There, yeah, the back of that got a little bit later than it should have been. Now, I think in here, taking that fabulous cobalt, radiant cobalt, which is not actually cobalt, and we're just gonna fill in that. Those are a little too dark there. Just a little too dark. Also, a little there. Ah, back of that missile pod needed to be a little lighter. Oh, and then a whole bunch of it here. So we will take some of our Payne's gray, mix that with it in here. That can't be quite so ragged. We need a little something more in here. So right along this. Yeah, that's let's look at that going. I think that's just some of our initial glaze stuff there after almost 5 hours still sitting there. Okay, that's better. Just kind of bring that all together. Maybe tone that green down. Maybe that green as well. Do we have mostly have the sides of those missile pods now are also at least have a mid-tone on them, because before they just had nothing but dark stuff on them. We'll take this here, because these little lights here, little cleanup required on them. On our other ships, we had like a glow coming out of the bit. Actually, look at that. There's more of these little ships stuck in here. So, alright, let me try to grab something lighter here. I just saw these guys sitting in here. They're just more of these over there. All right. Continue this now. Yep. Lighten you up some more. I might even here. It's got a little bit of yellowness to it. We're gonna throw that in just a couple of these. Whatever these raised areas are, I don't know exactly what they're meant to be. But yet another little bit of very subtle color on that. All just kind of looks like gray, but well, here, I mean, there's no better way. I'm going to zoom out so we can see more of it easier. There we go. We'll zoom out, and if we do a film note, now there, that's just gray. When we bring this back, you will see there's most definitely colors starting to show up. Greens, violets, blues, just different shades of gray, but they are different colors nonetheless. And on something like this, and we do this on our World War II ships as well. It's not just on our BSG ships. I mean, you can have just a dead gray. I mean, you can do that. That's fine. But this is going to be way more interesting to look at, that's for sure. And guess what? It had a lot easier time doing the real versions of these because it actually even kept these panel lines in. Cam, when you look real close at that video and you see the realistic shot. So I'm going to try and do that here for this same thing. I'm going to try and do a real shot of it here and then see what that looks like, and maybe a little, who knows, maybe a little animation of it or something. Because I've noticed that now that there's some Instagram things that combine still images and little quick 2-second videos together. All right. Try to do the same over on this side. You know what? I'm actually going to here try to do more of again, that umber. We're just breaking it down. It's naturally kind of a translucent color all by itself. Because remember, with the oils, uh, a glaze of Terra Rosa, not so much. That's too opaque of a color for that to ever really work. Not the way you're thinking, anyways. Once an opaque, always an opaque. That's kind of how it goes with the oil paints. Yeah, there is no such thing as, well, we'll just take this really opaque color here and we'll just thin it down and now it'll be a glaze. Nope. You could take something like Indian yellow and dry brush it over something and you'd have more of a glaze than that. As in like 100% Indian yellow. No thinner whatsoever. We've done it many times, so that's kind of how we know why that's going to work. Come on, a little. This right there. All right. These things actually go. Holy smokes, Camden! There's more ships back in here. Yes, these things go all the way back to here. Yeah. Oh, there's more on this side. Actually, I don't know if those are supposed to be guys or canisters or what, but there's more ships back in here, and they go all the way back there. That's crazy. I only just noticed that now because I just happened to turn it over on its side to look for something else, and I went, "Wait a minute! I didn't know that was there. But I do want to say thanks to everybody for all of the bits, the subs, the follows, the cheers, and well, the raids that we had. Maybe we couldn't hear the raids, but there were raids. Again, a programming note. We'll be streaming Thursday. Who knows? It might also, maybe we just do one of those ornaments there instead of one of our flats. And maybe it's a landscape of Middle Earth. Oh, before we exit the building, let me get my darker red here. I will use. Yeah, I'm just gonna get all the lighter stuff out of this brush here. Let me do that real quick here. So thanks again, Armored Wolf, for doing all the moderations. Appreciate that. And yet, as we kind of come to our conclusion here, another one of our fabulous Battlestar Galactica ships. Be sure to check out the video that shows all the ships together again for the very first time ever. Well, not all the ships, because we have another one now. Yeah, because we keep adding. And that would be right over here if I can find this. And we'll do this right there. So again, that is the video that has all of these ships together. Some fun animations along with it. So go check that out. And there's there's one other army showcase thing. There will be many, many, many more. We've got a whole bunch of Lord of the Rings ones already in the works. I'm hoping that at least the Gandalf one will be up there by this weekend, probably by, say, Saturday or something. More of a little bit more light there. Okay, and that got a little wonky there. We'll do a bit of a cleanup on. Yeah, that needed some right there. So now as we hit our 5-hour mark, there it is again. All these little fuel cell tanks here, whatever, and some raptors, even a raptor with a little light that's shining right there. So pretty wild. And again, that kind of almost like a little bit of a sister ship to the Artemis class there. So thanks again, everybody. I appreciate all the folks sticking with me here. Now we're heading on over to Mike Moons. Everybody say hello to Mike, and we will see you again on Thursday.